Good evening, everyone. It is November 15th. It's 6:20. We are reconvening the Brattleboro Select Board after entering into executive session at 5:45 and taking no action. I asked previously, but Patrick, was this meeting properly warned?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So, board, I'm going to start with my chair remarks. I've got just a couple things to talk about. First, I wanted just to speak for a moment on last Tuesday, November 8th, was the general election, and it went swimmingly. I want to commend the town clerk Hillary Francis and the town clerk staff, as well as the justice of the peace and all of the volunteers. I see one in the audience here. It was a lot of work. There was a lot of people there at the polls in person. Even more voted with absentee ballots. But all in all, it went very smoothly, and it always makes me really proud to be kind of part of that process. So I'm hoping I have some numbers here, but I should have talked to Hillary about them because I don't quite understand them. So I'm going to give a more thorough readout of the statistics for voting next meeting. Second, I wanted just to announce that we have closed applications for the Charter Review Commission. And are we all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm
Okay.
good.
So we've closed applications to the Charter Review Commission on Monday at 5 p.m. And I'm happy to report that we had 19 applicants. So we're going to be contacting each of those applicants in the next couple of days. They'll get an email from someone in the municipal staff about scheduling interviews in early December, hopefully. And then finally, I wanted to take the opportunity now to use the power vested in me by the rules of conduct for select board meetings, A4, which allows me to modify the agenda this evening with a unanimous consent of the rest of the board. This evening, we're going to be talking about appointments for the school board and giving some consultation to the school board members. After the agenda was set, I was informed that we've got school board members here now, but that they're not going to be able to be here later. So if you look at our warned agenda, that item is all the way at new business 8H, which, knowing how our meetings have been going, will be pretty late in the evening. And I've learned that that's really not doable for the school board. So I'd like to ask my fellow select board members if you would be okay to actually do that item right now. So before we go through manager comments or anything else, part of that is because I want to allow for public participation and not put any pressure on people to speed up. So we can handle that item, and then we'll go right back to the regularly scheduled agenda with managers' comments. Any thoughts or issues? Liz, I'm getting a thumbs up from you. Also, can we have Liz unmuted, please? So good.
Yeah.
Good.
Fine with that.
Good. Okay, Daniel?
Yep.
All right, that looks like unanimous to me. All right, so in that case, we're going to move on to what was warned as new business agenda item 8H, which was consider Windham Southeast Supervisory Union School Board appointment. So I'll start for our municipal law nerds out there, myself included. This is kind of a fascinating situation. So under 16 VSA 731, which is a brand new statute effective June 7th, 2022, the school board will make appointments after consultation with the select board. That language is pretty broad, and there's not a lot to define exactly what consultation means. But after consultation with our town attorney, Fisher, the select board felt that that consultation should happen in open meeting, and that's what we're doing now, and that there are members of the school board here to, if they feel like they'd like to speak, then they have the opportunity to. I just want to pass it over to Attorney Fisher now, just to make sure that I didn't miss that or misexplain that in any way.
No, you're absolutely correct. Just remember that the school board is the one making the appointment. All that this select board is doing is consulting or giving consultation to the select board. It's somewhat of an advisory role that you play here, but you don't have any stake in or stake or duty in making the actual appointment. That's the school board's bailiwick. Okay.
So thank you, Bob. So with that, I would just first turn it over to see if Kelly, or if there's any school board member on there who wants to raise their hand. Or is it Paul Smith? Yeah. Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ian, and thank you, Attorney Fisher, and all the select board members for being willing to accommodate us on this. It's important to note that the reason the Brattleboro Select Board is only in consultation is that the position would normally be decided by all the voters in all the towns of Brattleboro, Dummerston, Guilford, and Putney. It is an at-large position. On the school board, the voters of all towns are represented by the board members, with each town's residency requirement to represent all the constituents of the entire district. On the select board, they are elected to represent Brattleboro. It would be like the Brattleboro Select Board appointing the state senator to fill Nader Hashim or Wendy Harrison's state Senate seat due to one of them vacating the position. Since this is WSESD business, conflict of interest and our code of ethics still apply. The state guidelines for public officials require avoidance of even an appearance of a conflict of interest. As such, please indicate if there is any information or if there's a closer personal relationship or business relationship with any candidate as you provide your consultation. Again, thank you very much for being willing to accommodate us, and we look forward to hearing what insight you might have for us on the three candidates. Thank you.
And was that Kelly?
A couple of questions. One, can you hear us okay?
Yes, we can. Can you, because you're all speaking from the same person in Zoom. Can you just identify yourself for the record?
That was me, Kelly Young.
Okay,
Chair.
great. Hi, Kelly. And then do we have, was there someone else who wished to speak?
Here's the board. Can you catch our video now?
Yep, I can see your video and we can hear you fine.
Excellent. Now nobody wants to say anything.
So it's the full board that we're looking.
I guess it's the full board. Yeah, okay, great. Cool.
We have 3 members of our board who are on Zoom as well.
Okay. Did any other member of the school board wish to speak now, or I'm not seeing anybody.
No.
Cool.
We're ready to hear from you.
Great. And I appreciate Kelly, the point about conflict of interest. And I would just note for our select board that we should be, and we do, indicate that for any item that we talk about. If someone feels that they have a conflict of interest or anything, they should indicate that when we're discussing or voting on something. But I appreciate the reminder. So with that, I open it up to my fellow board members. Tim?
I'll just say that it's a small town, and I know all 3 of these candidates, and I think all 3 are fine applicants.
Thank you, Tim. Liz, I saw your hand.
Yes. First, I want to say that I appreciate this consultation process. It's good for our town and for all the towns in the union. I know some, but not all, 2 out of 3. I appreciate that these candidates have volunteered to serve. We should really recognize that spirit of volunteerism in our town. And I think they're all fine candidates, and I'll leave it to the school board to use their discretion in the appointment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz. Other board members? Daniel?
Yep. For me, this statute is very weird. And I wish that consultation had been defined beyond, I mean, anyway, defined in any way that would have been helpful. That's not to the school board though, that's the state lawmakers. And really, I feel like it's the school board's business to appoint somebody until such a time as the voters then elect somebody. And so I leave it to the school board.
Jess?
Sure. Yeah, I certainly want to echo what everyone else has said. Confidence also in the school board and your making of this decision. I know you've all been facing some very challenging issues this past year. And as a parent of a high schooler at Brattleboro High School, I absolutely want to encourage you in the selection of a candidate who has both experience, communication and listening skills, as well as deep empathy for the process that you guys are going through right now. So that is all I would weigh in on.
Great. Thank you very much, Jess. Is there any other board member have any other thoughts? No. Yeah, I guess yeah, I echo the feelings of my fellow board members. I would take this opportunity to thank the applicants for putting their hat in the ring. And I want to also, I don't ever really speak to the school board. So thank you all for your service. I kind of know what it's like to be on a board as well. And can be a lot of work and it can be difficult work at times. So thank you very much. And Kelly, thank you for working with me to coordinate this so that we were able to both accurately and effectively follow the statutory language. I know that coordinating two boards can be pretty tricky. I was going to leave that open if the school board wanted to say anything.
Yes, so I wanted to thank you again for working with me to try and get this accomplished. I recognize that last week, if it had been another week, last week being election day, it was challenging. And so, of course, being hopefully getting to be the tail end of COVID, we would of course need another kind of thing thrown in there. And I would so I guess I would like to just thank you for providing that information, and I would open it up to any other board member who has any questions. Anyone online? I will just say, I think it was Daniel who indicated that he wished the term consultation had been more clearly defined. And I will say that I appreciate that comment, and I agree, and I'm sure that there are many other people who agree as well. So thank you. Unless
This is when we challenge them to a softball game. Because we have
that's the next thing. That's part of the statute too. Great. Well, I think with that then, there's no vote or anything to take on our end. So yeah, I just thank the school board again, and good luck with the rest of your meeting. And we're gonna get back to ours.
Okay, well, good luck with your meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Technology,
Bye, Paul.
pretty wild.
right.
All right.
It's a first in my.
I think
Yeah.
that might be a first.
Zooming into a Zoom.
It's also the first under.
That's our board.
Zoom inception.
Oh, and school board, don't forget to mute.
Yeah, if you're sticking around.
Especially if you're in executive session.
We hope that wasn't it. Assuming it was.
That's not our business.
Yeah. Okay. So we will now move back to our regularly scheduled meeting to agenda item 3, manager's comments. Patrick.
Yes, sir. Just one comment this evening. Tonight, November 15th, the annual winter parking ban goes into effect. So no parking on the streets in Brattleboro from now until April 15th. Parking is available in the Brattleboro Transportation Center and also with overflow parking in the Preston lot. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Board comments and committee reports.
I've got some.
Tim.
Just don't worry.
Oh,
Write it down.
Oh, no.
Write it down. Couldn't resist. I wanted to just send out a very heartfelt thank you to everybody who supported me. If you don't know, I did make it a quest to become your next senator here for Windham County, state senator. And I did not succeed, and that's quite all right, because that's what democracy is all about. I wanted to say, though, that I learned so much about so many different parts of all of Windham County, about the towns, about our communities. And one thing that became a common thread throughout my experiences is that it's not just elected leaders who make change or serve when needed. Sometimes, in fact, they are some of the least important people who serve. It's often the people who day after day quietly serve their communities, and they serve year after year. It was meeting those people, those loving and capable helpers, that gave me the most pleasure during the campaign. And I want to take a moment to thank them for giving back to their towns and to thank them for teaching me about their own town's challenges. I think one responsibility in leadership is to take a moment like I am taking right now and recognize some of these unsung heroes that improve our towns. I was speaking to Dick DeGray recently, who's sitting here, and we landed on how much we both appreciate, for instance, the High Street mural. And so many people have come to me and expressed this. And I often uncomfortably point out that we didn't have too much to do with this mural, except we approved. Our staff did a lot of work with the folks involved in it, and we approved the use of the town property wall. So in talking to him, he suggested we should do something like a plaque to thank the artists. As of yet, there's no dedication on the wall. Many of these artists are new to our community, and this plaque could give credit to them. It could also give credit to Jamie and everybody at Epsilon Spires that prodded us to approve the project. I think our town, as a gesture of thanks, should buy and install a plaque to be added to the mural if the artists agree to a spot. It won't be easy to add names to a wall itself, but a plaque would be useful in adding a certain limited number of names that could recognize the contribution. It really does represent, to me and to so many people, more than just paint on a wall. It's a work that we really needed here in Brattleboro after a couple of very rough years, and also a bright highlight to remind us all of the beauty of our town and our communities, and of the good people that we should celebrate in our town and our state. So, just an idea to throw out there in comments, and just let it sit for a while.
Yeah, thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just say, yeah, I think we should maybe consider that. I think it's a good idea. Other board members, Liz, I see your hand.
I just wanted to echo Tim's thought, but with the query of maybe we should consult with Jamie at Epsilon Spires.
Yeah. Okay. Other board members? Daniel?
Sure. Yeah, I'm really appreciative of the folks that signed up, applied, or expressed their intent to be on the Charter Review Commission, a once every 15 years opportunity. So we had like 4 about a week ago, and then we had 19 by the end of yesterday. So that's great. So thank you everybody for getting it in under the wire. I also looked at your voting things and learned that 5,211 votes were cast, which is 55% of the total voters roll. And of those 5,211, 78% of them were turned in early.
Thank you.
Wow.
So there you go.
Those were the numbers that I
News you can
struggled
use.
to accurately say. Anything else, Danny?
No.
Okay. Nope, okay. In that case, we're gonna move on to agenda item 5, public participation. All right, so this is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to an item or to something that's not on the agenda. I usually open it up to the room first. So if you want to just come up to the microphone and or if you're on Zoom, when you're unmuted, if you just can say your name and where you're from for the record, that would be great. So if there's anyone here in the room who'd like to, yeah.
Hi, good evening. Michelle Simpson, Executive Director of the Boys and Girls Club. And I'm just here to share a letter sort of in the next chapter of our plea for increased law enforcement in the transportation building. So I think I'm just going to read the letter, but I think I'm going to begin by reading all of the organizations who signed on, like who this is from. I'm reading it on behalf of them. So I'll start with that. The Brattleboro Museum and Arts Center, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, New England Youth Theater, Hatch Space, Latches Corporation and Latches Arts, the Brattleboro Food Co-op, River Gallery School, Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, the Brattleboro Chamber of Commerce, Whetstone Station, Whetstone Brewery, River Garden Marketplace, M&S Development, Stevens and Associates, Engelberth Construction, Brattleboro Savings and Loan, Tracy Shriver, State's Attorney, Sarah Coffey, State Rep, Molly Burke, State Representative, Mark Spino, Superintendent, Recycle Away, Superfresh, Evan James Jewelers, Altiplano, Kipling's, Sam's Outdoor Outfitters, Carl Wolf Jewelry, Salon Jacquet, The Hotel Pharmacy, The Collective Lounge and Bar, Scissor Masters, The Bee's Nest, Blueberry House, Taylor for Flowers, Vermont Artisan Designs, Kitchen Sink, Hazel Restaurant, The Collective Lounge and Bar, Penelope Word, Mitchell Giddings Gallery, First Proof Press, Windham Flowers, Renaissance Fine Jewelry, Zephyr Designs, Beadniks, Amy's Cafe and Bakery, The Void, Boomerang, Peter Havens, The Oyster Bar, Everyone's Books, Tyne Restaurant, The Stone Church, and Yala. Dear Town of Brattleboro, our Boys and Girls Club is part of a 160-year-old federated organization that oversees 4,700 clubs across the country. They provide safe, affordable, fun, out-of-school time enrichment programs for Brattleboro area kids. Recently, our club had the benefit of undergoing an external safety assessment as part of our dedication to continuous quality improvement. Our club has a lot to be proud of when it comes to ensuring safety of the children and youth in our care. The board, staff, and volunteers are extensively background checked, and they put significant resources into staff training, including first aid, CPR, emergency action plans, trauma-informed approaches, and much more. Along with many of our youth-serving organizations in town, the club is an evidence-based leader in child safety, youth engagement, health and wellness, and a pillar in addiction prevention. Sadly, for our town, the safety assessor highlighted the illegal drug activity in the transportation center as a concern. She notes in her report that the club should not park their vehicles there and that no staff should enter alone, and of course, no children should enter. During the assessment, she shared that though poverty, vagrancy, and addiction are everywhere, she has never witnessed a community allow this behavior to occur within view of a club. This is significant considering that she visits clubs around the country, many in what could be considered some of the most marginalized urban and rural neighborhoods in our nation. The undersigned support the work of the Boys and Girls Club and other youth-serving organizations and urge the town of Brattleboro to give the Brattleboro Police Department the support and resources to enforce the drug-free school zone law, 18 VSA 4237. People dealing, acquiring, and acting under the influence of drugs can be unpredictable, reckless, disruptive, desperate, and violent. Kids in our community are receiving the message that there is no consequence for breaking the law and that public drinking, drug use, and drug sales are acceptable and normal. It is disheartening for those who work with youth every day to not have a logical response as to why the law is not being enforced. Our community should not subject children and youth to lawlessness and drug use. Our charge is to protect them from these behaviors, not to normalize them. Our town must do better on behalf of our children and enforce the drug-free school zone law in the transportation center and our valuable youth corridor on Flat Street. We must preserve Flat Street as a gateway to Brattleboro and enjoy a properly maintained town-owned parking garage free of illegal activity. In addition to this plea, we will let select board members, law enforcement, state's representatives, state's attorney's office, and the attorney general's office know that we support our police in enforcing the drug-free school zone law near the Boys and Girls Club and will encourage others to do the same. Thank you on behalf of our community's working families and our community's kids who deserve a safe, fun, and healthy childhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. And thank you very much, Michelle. And thank you very much for everything that you do for our community. I speak for myself and maybe for the board that I'm incredibly grateful for that. And I just wanted to say from the last meeting that we had to this meeting, I've met with representatives from the Brattleboro Police Department, representatives from Groundworks. I've had multiple meetings. The town is aware and is working on this. I'm not going to put Patrick on the spot right now to give an update unless he has anything that he feels would be appropriate to speak to right at this moment. But I can say confidently that this is very much the transportation center in particular, but also the state of crime in the downtown is something that the police department is very aware of. And I have full faith that they're doing everything that they can and utilizing the resources that they have to effectively deal with the issues. And I would also say that we're going to be discussing the FY24 Brattleboro Police Department budget next meeting. So just a little plug there. If you want to come and see, please. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, and I absolutely hear you. And I thank you for reading the letter. It's really important for our select board to hear that. It's important for our police department to hear that. It's important for the community too. So thank you. I'll go to Zoom next.
We have Ricky Rosati.
Ricky.
Hello. So I have a couple of questions about the committees because and also about like the meeting warnings because I guess I'll start with like the warnings because I'm confused. Like I thought that when they're
hello, I wanted to jump in real quick. Would you mind if I jump in?
Okay. Okay.
We're gonna have to.
Oh, no.
All right. I wanted to say that I am so grateful.
Yeah. Sorry, Ricky. We're just getting.
Why or
Oh,
could I jump in a bit?
thank you. Sorry, Ricky.
Mr. Stringy.
So we're just getting Zoom bombed. So
Everybody can be really nice to Steve
yeah.
and
Yeah.
buy him coffee or drink later.
okay.
Just
Hang on.
Ricky, just
hang
hold on a second. We're just
We're
gonna
not-
give
People are not-
Steve an opportunity to get this under control.
Yeah, just stand by.
Oh, yeah. Would you mind? You can make that change if you like. In the middle of the meeting? Yep. Okay, great. So.
Steve, can I get your snap?
Okay, so you should be good then.
Yeah.
So now those folks.
Video stuff.
Pardon?
Yes, it's a slow night.
Make the change
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Right,
Not here.
get the right cameras on.
Yeah, so we've got.
So who's this?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no. So I think I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. BCTV, can we be muted? And,
Oh, there was.
all right, I think we're just gonna get started without Tim. So,
We're gonna get started without Tim, so anytime you'd like.
okay, let's pull Ricky back up.
So I don't know if this is part of what the interruption was, but like I also got an email just recently about the Zoom meeting that it seems like it could be a scam too if it was trying to link people to join it.
Okay.
I'm not sure if anyone else got that type of email, but it seems like Andre Iglesias is the name.
I'm not sure, Ricky, but if you want to maybe bring that to town staff's attention, maybe you could, in a safe way, bring that to the, TM's office. I don't know if sending it to us is the right call, but we could take a look and see if there's any, we have like IT staff that could take a look at that maybe.
No.
No, our security, our third-party contract, sorry.
So Ricky got an email and wants to have
No,
us look at it?
Yeah, well, because they think it may be an element of the insecurity for how the Zoom was.
Probably safest thing would be to delete it.
Okay.
We didn't send out any emails specifically.
Yeah.
So I can think of.
Yeah.
All right, I'll just delete it instead of spreading it. So back to like, from my understanding for warnings that like readings have to be worn in their full text, and like I don't think that happened for the last meeting, and it's like not that like I'm too concerned about like the context of it, it's because like I just was only going to the meeting for questions I had about committees, but I noticed that, and so I just hope like for the sake of like government transparency and accountability that the full readings will be added, because like then I looked at the notes of that meeting too, and like the full readings weren't even put in the notes either.
Okay, Daniel?
Yeah, I just, my understanding of what the warning is like, this is what's going to be discussed at the meeting.
Well, yeah, like there's the warning, and then there's the
like
supporting documents, and
Okay, I mean, it's a warning, right? People of the town, this body is going to discuss these topics. If you're interested in discussing those topics, attend this meeting at this particular moment. And then we provide, all this other stuff to go with the warning, saying this is the meat of it, right? And we had a conversation with Ricky right at the end of our last meeting about this, pointing them to where on the town's website, which admittedly is, lacking.
Working on it.
Where you can find this, right? Like this physical binder I have here exists digitally, and you can like read old ones going back to like, I don't know, 2019 or something. You can see what Kate was up to back in the day. And so I just want to say that because before I was on the select board, I was kind of interested in similar sorts of things, like how to access the town government, what do these documents mean, where can I find the thing I'm looking for? And it's a pain. But the warning is we are going to be discussing these things. And if I'm wrong, town attorney Fisher should correct me.
Yeah, and I think just sort of final point on that, Ricky, is I think it's a fair question that we're making sure that we're complying with state law and charter on our warnings of specifically readings for changes to ordinances. So I would just ask Patrick if next time that you're meeting with Bob, if you can just have him review what we did at the last meeting to make sure that we did it correctly, and that we make sure that we're following the correct process. I believe that we did, Ricky, but it's always good to check. So,
Just to clarify, review the meeting warning for the last meeting with Bob Fisher.
yeah, and
No problem.
specifically with the, in mind, the, ordinance, second reading ordinance adoption of new language. Because that's what we did in the last meeting that Ricky was questioning.
No problem.
And, Ricky, your second question?
I feel angry when people mute me when I need to intervene to clarify what I meant, because David Quip, what I think he misunderstood me and spent a lot of time that could have been redirected to, if I was just allowed to clarify what I meant, because I was trying to say before I was muted that, like, I understand, like, there's the warning, there's the supporting documents, like there's 3 different, usually like provided published documents throughout the website that like showcase the entire meeting. And I looked in all 3 of those documents, and in none of them were the full readings listed. And so my other concern was about how like why, when I've been given committee appointments that were from another member's unfinished term, like why am I only being allowed to finish their term instead of the full term? And I had applied to the Conservation Commission, and I want to know, like, when will there be an interview, or when will there be appointments for that committee?
Conservation. I'm not, which committee is it?
Honestly, I'm not prepared to.
Yeah,
I
it feels
don't
like these questions
know
will be it.
Yeah,
the
so,
status of
so
our
let's have,
committee announcements.
Ricky, let's have town staff look at what committees are, where there are openings, and we'll make sure that the timelines for when those applications are open, that is communicated to you for whatever committee you're interested in.
So that you're answering the last part of my concern, but there was also the concern about why have I only been given the seats onto committees that are not for a full term, but only to finish members' unfinished terms?
Because that's what you applied for. Right? That's what we appointed you to that committee last meeting, correct?
Which is like in the middle of its.
Yeah, it's in the middle because you applied for it.
But when that person leaves that seat, isn't there an option for people to be appointed the full term, not just to finish that person's term?
Oh, I see. So like the rest of that term plus the next term.
No, what
Oh.
I'm saying, like, so when a person leaves before their term is like fully finished, isn't there an option if like the seats are for 2 years, instead of giving me like that person's half a year or however much, they're giving me the full 2 years?
Just starting at the date of their resignation.
Yeah,
Because I think my understanding would be because we keep them all on the same track. And so, right, it's like a term. And so the term doesn't start at that resignation. You could apply and be part of the end of that term and then apply again to be the new term, kind of like what we were just doing with the school board, like that Scholes seat that they're appointing somebody for just a couple of months before the election, and then they'll elect somebody. So that's
so
just
there's never been a
that's our
time
rules.
that you've witnessed or are aware of previously when someone has applied and when a committee member leaves with an unfinished term and the person who applied was not appointed for that full term seat. Everyone else has only gotten that time until the full term is finished.
I don't know the answer to that, but I can ask town staff to look into it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the room. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Ivan Hennessy. I live in Brattleboro.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
My name is Ivan Hennessy.
Thank you.
I live in Brattleboro. A few months back, there was a lot of discussion about action by the select board in support of reproductive rights. That was all put on hold until the election to avoid any sort of conflict with the vote on the amendment. That amendment, I believe, has received overwhelming support. It's now time to take that up again. And as sort of a lowest possible barrier to entry for action, I would ask the select board rather than, or not rather than, in addition to any other action you might take, to draft a letter to our state representatives, state senators, and to the governor requesting certain implementations of the amendment. So, for instance, one possible thing would be a complete prohibition on agents and officers and employees of any level of government in Vermont from participating in the bounty systems that other states have introduced to restrict people's reproductive rights. There's, I think, a lot of opportunity to shape policy in very specific ways that's left open by the amendment. And I hope that you take the opportunity to participate in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Back to Zoom.
So we have someone by the name of Eve.
Okay, Eve, because of what's sort of happened earlier in the meeting, we're going to put you on for a moment. Can you please tell us?
It's safe. Do you want to see us?
Who is it?
Okay, we're in West Brat, with young town members, that had something to say.
Yeah, you can put your video on if you'd like.
Okay. The host has added you to start a video.
Oh.
Now let me, oh wait, there we go. Should I? Yeah.
We can see you.
It's okay. Hi, Lydia. Okay, let me switch this camera around. Hi. Hi.
They want to promote their TikTok channel. Climate Crisis is here, and they're trying to promote their TikTok channel. Climate Crisis is here, and they're hoping to get good content and interview people from the town, and they go to Oak Grove School, and
Green Street.
they'd like you to follow
And Green Street.
and they'd like you to follow their TikTok. Climate Crisis is here at TikTok, which they started a couple days ago, and they're hoping to go around to the congregations and all the wonderful town people and ask just where basic questions and get where people stand, and as well as protest in a way that is relevant, which is TikTok, and effective and has some influence. And we want to have responsible and good content that is kid safe. And we're hoping you will help us with our project. So if you can follow Climate Crisis is here at TikTok. This is Lydia and Emma.
Great. Lydia and Emma, thank you very much for your public comment. And I will just say that that is a very unique use of public participation. I think it's 100% appropriate. Yeah. It would be basically like coming here and sort of like promoting your business or something, and that's totally legit too. So cool. Anybody in the room? Yes. Wow, what a meeting.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Angela Earl Gray. I own Thrifting New England in West Brattleboro. I wasn't planning on being here yesterday, and I have not prepared at all. Our store was broken into last night, and I do not want to take away anything from the businesses wanting more support around the transit area, but I do want to point out that it's all over town. I live on Oak Grove Ave, and you know, the number of my car is broken into has moved past 2 hands. There's multiple businesses that are getting broken into over and over again. And if we really are just focusing on, let's up policing, let's do it here, all it's doing is pushing problems to other parts of town. And I'm really hoping that there's some innovative conversations going on and that we're talking about how we can make things better for everybody involved, because I think we're reaching a climate where people feel justified taking their safety into their own hands because they're not feeling like they're getting hurt and they're not getting support. So I have not been regularly coming to your meetings. I'm not sure where you're at. I know you're trying to address it. I hear downtown specified really frequently when it's being talked about. And I want to make sure it's broader than that. But I do want to kind of pay attention and get up to speed on what you're doing and hope that there's a real sense of urgency around it because the town needs it.
Angela, thank you very much. I'm really sorry to hear about the break-in last night. And I would just let you know that at our last regular meeting 2 weeks ago, we had a really long conversation that, a good conversation about the transportation center, but also about sort of safety and crime in Brattleboro. And it was not just about the downtown. And we heard actually from business owners that aren't in the downtown district. And I know for a fact that the Brattleboro Police Department is very aware of the broader issue that you're discussing. And that is absolutely part of the conversation. And I actually really hear you on the, pushing it somewhere else. And that's like that is something that I think is really part of the conversation too. We don't have an answer yet,
But just in terms of innovation and creativity, I knew before my business got broken into that there had been other business break-ins. I probably knew about a quarter of them because today I got told about all of them.
Yeah.
Everyone had something to say and was pointing it out. My neighbor 2 doors down, I told him about it and he went, somebody handed me a fake $100 bill last week. And I didn't know that. And I was 2 doors away. So there's all sorts of people. You talked earlier in the meeting about a spirit of volunteerism in the town, and there are people in town that take care of things, but how do you coordinate just information and how do you share best practices? And, maybe less small businesses would be leaving as much money in their store or investing in cameras, or maybe you subsidize cameras. But it's the creative thinking that can touch all through town versus here's a person, here's a person, here's a place, are the things that I would suggest you dig into.
really appreciate it. And we're going to continue that conversation. I'm just going to keep the meeting moving and just make sure we don't have any other hands on Zoom. Nope. Any other hands here? I saw you were kind of getting up at the same time. I'm actually going to give him it first. I don't know your name, but
Yeah, Steve's a lead.
hi, Steve.
Yeah, more of the same, really. I've
Okay.
heard a lot of stories about the crime and the break-ins over the past year. And so you've heard most of those stories, people on Main Street or downtown Elliott Street, Platt Street and other areas being broke into multiple times. So what do you do about it? You don't really know for sure. You're going to try to do something, talk to the police department. Do they have solutions? I guess sounds like you're working on potential ideas, this community has a huge population of people that have trouble, they're not all the same. There are a lot of homeless people, and a lot of communities in this country are the same. That's not new, different in Brattleboro, but I think we have a large percentage, and that is, making things difficult here more than other communities. I go to some very liberal communities in Massachusetts, and I think we've, passed them as far as the difficulties that we're having in regard to homeless and drug situations. And a lot of these people I have empathy for too, there's 100 different stories out there, why they're at where they're at. And it's a sad thing, and we can talk about the Sacklers and how they've contributed to the problem, in this country, and then that they should be in jail. And that's unfortunate that they're not, in my opinion, but not to get off the track too much and get beyond what we're trying to solve here. We're trying to make things better, in my opinion, is what the goal should be. We're not going to solve all our problems, but for example, whether it's policing in the downtown area, to give a presence, and have police by somebody who does care about the community, somebody who, because there are mostly good people in the community, and those are the people that I think we need to connect with and try to form an alliance or whatever you want to call it with, and hopefully the police department, somebody that can achieve that. If there's somebody on the force that is good at doing that, for example, that's one idea, obviously. You know, I've talked to people, you know, different stories, you know, more of the same sort of, but I think I need to bring them up. You know, somebody stays at the downtown hotel. They're looking at a job at the hospital. They walk out at night and there's drug use on the streets, you know. That is a bad thing for our community. We're trying to attract professional people to come here and help with the healthcare system, you know, so very relevant, you know. You talked about, you know, the mural. It's a wonderful thing, you know, and I'll go back to a sore spot, probably, you know, the van that's been in town for most of the summer, which sounds like May is finally left us, you know. So you're beautifying the downtown, spending money on different projects to make things look better and attractive for the residents or tourists. But then we've got a van in town that I've just heard bits and pieces from different people what's been going on there, but you know, I think it sounds to me, you know, not knowing all the details, that, you know, typically a vehicle that's abandoned in town or doesn't pay its parking is booted and then is towed. And so somehow we've gotten off the track here from that process, and maybe there's a really good reason, but I mean, I guess if that's allowed to happen for 6 months or whatever it was, then it could happen again. So there's something wrong with the process possibly that needs to be corrected. So I don't know if you have any comments in that regard. I mean, I talked to somebody on the parking department, and they said that they had trouble getting it towed. So I'm not sure what they meant, you know, whether that's for political reasons or what that was. But, you know, it seems like there should be a process in place, and there has been over the years, to remove vehicles that are in parking lots and don't pay. I mean, that to me was a huge eyesore for the town, where in other areas you're trying to beautify. Dick spending all kinds of time to put flowers and beautify the town, putting up murals or repairing sidewalks, and then this goes on for 6 months. It's you know, an eyesore.
Yep.
And granted, there are people involved, I understand that, but you can't let that control what we're trying to do in town.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you have any comments in regard to that or not.
Okay, Steve, I'm gonna either wrap it up or,
I will.
I'd like to
Okay.
move the meeting
I
forward.
think that's
here.
most of it. I mean, you know, I guess what I'm trying to understand, because I don't go to the meetings often, is the interaction between the select board and the police department.
Yep, I can speak to
And the
that.
parking department.
Yep.
To achieve things that used to be, you know, done on a regular basis.
Yep.
So that's, I guess, part of what I'm trying to comprehend, you know, so.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. I didn't mean to interrupt you, just want to just keep us moving. So yeah, we spoke to this quite a bit at the last meeting, but basically Brattleboro Select Board's policy decision makers, the department heads, Brattleboro Police Chief, you know, those are individuals who have reign over their domains and report to the town manager. The select board does not directly tell those department heads or police chiefs or fire chiefs or anything like that what to do. And in fact, it's really good that we don't, because it would be very bad to police with policy, like political policy, right? We trust in Chief Hardy. I believe in her deeply. I believe that she's doing a great job. And we hear from the community. We are the political brain of the municipal government, and we make sure that that voice is heard, and that is heard to the police chief. And then we let her, and we work through the town manager to convey that information. And that's and I'm sure that this is government policy here. So like there are other opinions probably about exactly how that works, but that's at least sort of my read on it. And but I can tell you that we don't tell police chiefs what to do. We don't tell fire chiefs what to do, the select board. And so I think as far as like the truck goes, I can respond to that very briefly. Yeah, it was not a political thing. It was the size of the truck and the fact that all the tires were busted. So it was really hard to tow, but I think it's gone.
It is.
It's gone.
Yeah.
So, but what's in place that will prevent that from happening?
So, and at this point now, we're not gonna get into a back and forth because this is public comment. We're not a warrant item right now.
Right.
But I can tell you that this is a conversation that's going to continue to happen, right? We're gonna continue to have warrant items on agendas about this issue because it's an important one for the community. I'll let Daniel speak to it for a minute if you want to.
Yeah, thanks. I just, I think Steve's point about like, what is the select board's role? What is, the staff role is a common one. And what I heard in Michelle's letter that is signed on by many businesses is one thing that says, give support and resources to the police department. So the Brattleboro Select Board will be looking at town staff's proposed budget tonight, shortly. Next week, we will devote a large chunk of that meeting to the police budget, along with the fire budget and maybe the library. And I would say anyone in the community that looks at this select board's work over the last few years and feels like we haven't given support and resources to the police department would be wrong. And I would further say that anyone in the community that thinks that this select board is asking town staff to do things for political reasons are also wrong. We trust our town staff greatly. We believe in their professionalism and their service to the people of this town. And that's why we have supported their budgetary asks for the most part over the last several years.
Just one quick comment.
I'm gonna move on. So thank you. And I think at that point, actually, we had one more hand up for public comment. I apologize, please. And I'm gonna just ask if we just have a lot of things on the agenda tonight. So if you want to just keep it a little brief, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
First, I want to thank the fire department because we're going to need them a lot more.
Is this about EMS?
Huh?
Is this about EMS?
No.
Okay.
Why?
Because we have a warrant item and I would just.
Oh, no.
Okay.
My name is Dale Joy, and I have a severe allergy to smoking. Cigarettes really bother me. And I have had to research over the last 5 or 6 years and finally found the thing on smoking in public housing for the whole United States. Then they told me what I needed to do in my own state is to go to my town and go to my state health officer. Well, I went to my state health officer. Now I'm coming to the town for help because nobody listens to that smoking in buildings. I moved into a building. They swore they would evict anybody who smoked in the building. They haven't. My lungs are getting worse. And I'm in court with them now. I'm suing my landlord. That's what I'm doing in order to make them comply to the regulations here in this state. Now, this state has almost $1 billion, if not more now. 2 years ago, it had $1 billion business in rental housing. But it doesn't seem the tenants have any rights. And it has caused a lot of people to start joining. And we started a little committee in my own building, which I'm being evicted for. All the non-smokers got together and wrote a petition. Okay. And it was after this that I got evicted. So I want to know how and what is the town policy on smoking when the landlords don't even follow their own rules about smoking? This is like really hard. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Smoking.
Rental agreements and state statute.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure to answer your question, but I could maybe direct that to the fire department about, their rental housing inspection. Yeah, but I think the town's policy on smoking,
We don't have jurisdiction.
we don't
over
really
private
have
property.
control over private property. And so, yeah,
I know that,
okay.
but what can the town do to make a policy
Oh,
for, to make the landlords do what they're supposed to do?
okay,
Okay.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I understand better now. And I think the board could, I mean, there's a lot of discussion about that kind of, yeah.
Well,
Yes.
I've been bringing it up for years,
Yeah.
and I even asked it to be put on the agenda, and it has never been put on the agenda because people are afraid of landlords, even the town.
Daniel?
Have you, let's not get into a
Let's
long
not-
conversation,
let's-
but have you contacted legal aid and sought advice?
I have been to legal aid, I have been to the state.
Sorry, Dale.
I have been to legal aid, I've been to the state, I have brought this up at every agency that has to deal with it, and everybody passes the buck. No, even though it's in writing through the federal government and through our own state renting in Vermont, that booklet,
Yeah.
it's all in there. But now, because I'm suing my landlord, they will not talk to me anymore.
Mhm.
Even the renting in Vermont people.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board, we're gonna move on to the consent agenda. So, we're gonna look to Patrick to give a very brief on the one item on the consent.
Yes, sir. I will try and be very brief. There is one item on the consent agenda. If you pass the consent agenda this evening, you will be effectively awarding two different bids for townwide reappraisal services. The first bid would be to New England Municipal Consultants Limited in the amount of $419,000 for townwide reappraisal services to be performed in the 2027 tax year. The second bid would be for townwide reappraisal services unique to the utilities portion of the grand list. And this would be to George Sansusi, PC LLC, in the amount of $22,000. Together, these two contracts would value at $441,000. And what I would remind the board and the public is that the funding for these expenditures would come out of what's called the town's reappraisal fund. This is a fund held by the town. Each year, the state of Vermont provides the town with a certain amount of funding on a per parcel basis for the purposes of funding reappraisals. That money accumulates over time, and then when a reappraisal is done, the funding for hiring consulting services such as this comes out of that. There's presently about $470,000 in the reappraisal fund, which would cover both of these contracts.
Thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you.
Board members, anyone want to pull it?
No.
Nope.
All right, I would look for a motion.
I will move to adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Tim has moved to adopt the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carries 5-0. And thank you very much. I'll take a motion.
Ooh, yes.
Yes.
I move that we convene as water and sewer commissioners.
Jess has moved that we convene as water and sewer commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carries 5-0. We move on to consent to agenda item Water Sewer Commissioners 7A, Pleasant Valley Water Treatment Facility Use of Contingency, Ratify Change Orders. Patrick?
Yes, sir. So the Public Works Director, Dan Tyler, will be with us in, well, very soon. And
Imminent.
and he'll be talking in just a moment about change order number 4 for the Kingsbury contract for the rebuilding of the water treatment facility. What I would like to talk to the board about right now is 4 other change orders. And I just sort of like to outline a little bit of what they were for. Share some thoughts with the board on them and to briefly describe the use of contingency in this project as it has unfolded over the life of the project. So Dan Tyler brought me into a conversation recently, maybe 2 weeks ago, about the change order he's going to discuss with the board. And in the process of examining that, I discovered that there had been these 4 other change orders approved by staff. And frankly, I think should have been brought to the board, and they weren't brought to the board. I don't believe they're held from the board. I believe what likely happened was what I would describe as sloppy handoff from public works director to public works director, and from town manager to town manager to town manager. What I will sort of outline what each of these change orders was about, its value, and when it was authorized by staff, and how you can see in the memo how it has counted against the $600,000 set aside for contingency on this project. So let me just walk through those briefly, talk about what there are for, and then sort of describe them and describe how I think we're going to move forward from here. The first change order occurred in October of 2021, so last fall. This was a change order to address effectively ledge in the construction of the water treatment facility. There had been some geotechnical assessment of the underground, but that's never perfect. And ledge was found and had to be, it wasn't blasted, it was hammered away. And that led to a significant change order in the amount of, well, specifically in the amount of $169,026.44. The second change order was a variety of small things, a couple thousand this way, a couple thousand that way. The sum total of that change order was $6,337.19. The third change order with Kingsbury was another sequence of small items outlined in the memo here, with the net impact of a savings to the town of $497.59. And then lastly, there was a change order to the construction oversight contract with Dufresne Group, and that's the group to which Chrissy Haskins is a member. I know the board's familiar with her. This was for increased on-site monitoring. I believe there was some concern. We had mixed experience with this particular contractor, and so I think a decision was made to have additional on-site oversight. And also envelope commissioning, so as to ensure that the building would meet commercial building energy standards and to avoid any delays that would come from a failed blower door test. In my assessment, I would assure the board that each of these change orders had staff's, certainly the Public Works Department's approval and support. It had the project engineer's approval and support, and I'm confident had it been brought to you, it would have had your approval and support. I can't altogether identify why some of these things didn't come to you. Like I say, I believe it was maybe some poor handing off between folks who were on their way out and the folks who were responsible after they left. The request before you this evening is to ratify the change orders 1, 2, and 3 with the Kingsbury contract totaling $174,866.04, and to ratify the change order number 1 with the Dufresne contract of $42,509, and to hopefully take some solace in my assurance that conversations between our office, Attorney Fisher, the Department of Public Works, and our project engineer are now all very, very clear that any change orders in excess of $10,000 are going to be brought to the select.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Board members, questions, comments?
I mean, I read over it. I'm pretty comfortable with.
Yep.
things.
Liz?
Just a couple of things. You know, Ronald Reagan always said, trust, but verify. And so really that's our job. And I I have trust that town government has, made a corrective action, and it will percolate throughout all the departments. I note that the total sums involved are within the contingency of the budget. And I think that there's a great amount of trust that the select board has in our DPW and the supervising engineer in the handling of the water treatment plant activities. So I'm content to ratify what was done.
Thank you, Liz. My board members, thoughts?
I'm really appreciate the diligence done on this to make sure that this was all of this financial change was brought to our attention. I think moving forward, the idea that anything in excess of $10,000 is a great benchmark to say whether or not the board needs to weigh in or needs the information. Because we did start with a good contingency budget. And if we approve these four, we're down to a little over half of what our contingency budget was. So it's, I think, important that we, as folks doing our job and due diligence, just keep an eye on that grand total number that we have left to navigate this major project with. So thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Jess. Any other answer?
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing. As much as, we do believe in the professionalism of the town staff. In this case, there are a couple of things here that we should have heard about months ago, and we're hearing about them today. Obviously, they're all going to be ratified. As been pointed out, it's still well within the contingency for this project. Believe the project is proceeding well, so that's good. And I think that there will be sufficient notice to department heads, town manager's office, that this really shouldn't happen again.
Yeah, it's kind of nice that this is a rare thing to be coming before the board.
Yeah.
Good governance, transparency are not things that we just achieve. There's things that we continue to work on and are always striving to do better. Obviously, this is an instance where I am very appreciative of town staff and interim town manager Moreland's frankness in what happened. And that I agree that it shouldn't happen again. I appreciate this airing of it in public meetings, that everyone knows what happened, and that we can be aware of it so that we can ensure that it doesn't happen again. And I guess my last question, Patrick, is besides the communication between Public Works, Attorney Fisher, your office, and Dufresne, I agree with all that to make sure that this doesn't occur. There's one other thing that's going to happen potentially in the near future, which is a transition from one town manager to another town manager. I just know that there's going to be some communication to ensure that there isn't, as you said, a messy handoff of information for that transition.
I will do my absolute best to assure that any future town managers brought completely up to speed on the status of the project, on what we've done, on where we're going, on what's left to decide. And I do believe the project is not far from coming to completion. I think Dan can talk about that in just a minute, but if there's a handoff, I will make sure it's not a sloppy handoff.
Jess.
That's great,
Thank you.
because I think we'll be discussing another major capital potential project for the coming year. So great.
Teaser. Yeah, and I guess just to follow up on Jess's question, I don't know if this is Dan or Patrick, but we feel comfortable with what's left in the contingency budget.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, with these change orders and this next one, we'll still have some contingency remaining, and it equates to about where we are in the project. We feel that we've overcome most of the unknowns So going forward, there's not a lot of excavation left. There's not there shouldn't be any surprises.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
We should be in good shape.
Excellent. Tim.
Just to put one last little positive reminder to everybody, unless Liz wants to go. Liz out of the building. I just want to remind everybody that this is a pretty great design project.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
That is how much, 50% paid for by other funds, not the ratepayers, and the other 50% is at 0% interest.
Yeah, so the funding for this project, the timing of this particular project for the town of Brattleboro honestly couldn't have been better. We happen to have a major water treatment facility, project right at the time when the federal government decided it was going to flood the states with some financial resources, and right at the time when the state of Vermont decided, well, one way to get projects moving right away is to supplement with some cash. So when we went to town meeting I believe it was last year, for bond authorization, we were requesting that we borrow an amount not to exceed $12.5 million. We've got that loan, but in the process of receiving it, something on the order of a little over $6 million has been forgiven of that loan. So it's sort of like, here's 12.5 million, but you don't need to repay, a little more than half of it. And what portion we do need to repay, just as you point out, Tim, was provided to us at 0% interest. So it's effectively, free money over time.
Yeah, certainly not free.
Not free,
but you save quite a bit in other projects that were used to be bonded. So again, with the contingency and that all this falls under it, that's why I'm fairly comfortable with a slight oops, but going forward, at least on these first three, and then we can get Dan to.
Yeah. If there are any other board comments, I'm going to open it up for public comment. And I see actually a hand on Zoom was up first. So I'm going to hand it over to, boy, I cannot see it.
John Price.
John Price.
Yeah, I actually just had a few comments. If you guys can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
To be quite frank.
Can you just state your name and where you're from for the record?
That's right, and of course we understand why. And I'm from Brattleboro, just like all of us. My name is John Price. To be quite frank, I'm disappointed in how the board is handling this particular operation, and I haven't seen much. All I'm seeing right here is patting themselves on the back. Just patting yourself on the back. Like you think you're doing a good job. But we all know it's just a bunch of slow work. Nobody's doing what they should be doing. You guys should be getting on it. In fact, this isn't finished yet. It's just beyond me. I mean, come on.
Okay. Thank you very much, John, for your comment.
Can you just let Mr. Price know that it was really hard to hear what
It was
he
hard
was
to
saying.
hear at the end.
So your comment may have been a little lost. I think we got the gist of it, but
I think so too.
Okay.
Okay. Next hand.
Dick DeGray, Brattleboro. Is there a clerk of the works on the project?
What was the question?
Or what?
Is there a clerk of the works on the project?
I don't think there's a clerk of the works, is there, Dan? I mean, there's the project engineer and.
Dufresne Group has a project engineer that's there every day.
And so wouldn't he be ultimately responsible for all its change orders getting to the town manager and then the town manager getting the change orders to the board?
No, I don't think he's not serving in that capacity as a clerk of the works would. He's reporting to us.
Now, many years ago, when we were doing capital projects, we had a policy about change orders and amount that would come to the board and others that would be signed off by the town manager And then the board wouldn't have to approve them, but they would be aware of them. Do you have that policy in place now? I can certainly see you're not gonna have $100,000 change order not come before the board, and hindsight being 2020. But I think you said one was like $4,000. There's a
So
couple
there's-
that were pretty minimal.
Yeah, there was, what I wanted to do at this moment in time, Dick, honestly, was just deal all possible cards face up. So
And
there's a
I-
change order here, the net impact is a savings of $497. But I want to make sure, everything got out there and everything got in front of everybody.
Yeah.
I do remember that particular policy as it related to that project. I would say, looking back at the beginning of this project, it was a discussion that frankly we should have had and didn't. And so in coming across this body of work, and being satisfied that A, it's largely historical, and B, was the right thing to do at the time anyway, I'm asking the board to ratify these. And what the sort of policy that we have sort of agreed to move forward on, and of course, the board can tell us to do it a different way if they so choose, is that anything in excess of $10,000, I'm going to make sure is brought back to this board. So,
Which is kind of just in line with our policy for any kind of expenditure, like through the TM's office or anything.
Anything that is spent over $10,000 has to have board approval, right?
Yeah.
And the project that I'm talking about is that, every now and then you get lucky and you have a big project. Well, when I was here, we had the wastewater treatment, which was a $33 million project. And so not to waste the board's time, if there were change orders under 5,000, I can't remember the number, so I don't want to give you a number, but it was probably, I do maybe $5,000. It 5 to 10,000. It didn't have to come to the board, but the town manager made the board aware of change orders that had transpired. So you didn't have to sit here, have a discussion about a change order that was totally irrelevant to the total scope of the project.
Yeah, where it's millions and millions.
That's right. Yeah.
I think a very fair point.
And Jessica mentioned how much is actually left in the
It's, so we're about to do another change. So after that, it's then
before.
So just to be able to answer that question, if the board ratifies these change orders, the amount of contingency that'll remain in the project is $380,924.96. If the board approves the change order that Dan's going to speak to in just a minute, there will still be $220,619.98.
and you're talking about 80% right now completion,
About 70.
70?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dick. No other hands on Zoom. Anybody else in the room? Seeing none. Board members, any other comments?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Patrick. In that case, I would look for a motion.
That one. I got it.
Oh, no.
I can do it.
Heaven forbid you have to talk.
All right. I move to ratify change orders 1, 2, and 3 to the contract with Kingsbury Corporation in an amount totaling $177,866.04 for the construction of the Brattleboro Water Treatment Facility. And am I good? Am I reading? This is the updated one.
So unfortunately, it would appear as if
updated.
there was an error. I would please, if you wouldn't mind, go with the number that I have in $174,866.04.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, I see. All right.
Oh, 1,007.
So let's fix that motion. Shall I start over?
Yes, please.
Okay, I move to ratify change orders 1, 2, and 3 to the contract with Kingsbury Corporation in an amount totaling $174,866.04 for the construction of the Brattleboro Water Treatment Facility and to ratify change order 1 in the amount of $42,509. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. To the construction phase engineering contract with Dufresne Group.
Jess has made a motion to ratify change orders 1, 2, and 3 to the contract with Kingsbury Corporation in an amount totaling of $174,866.04 for the construction of the Brattleboro Water Treatment Facility and to ratify change order 1 in the amount of $42,509 to the construction phase engineering contract with Dufresne Group. Board members, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to water and sewer business item 7B, Pleasant Valley Water Treatment Facility update, approved change order. And I'm going to give it over to Dan.
Thank you. As we mentioned, we're about 70% through the project. Much of the underground work is done. There's a new building in place. They've begun some of the work inside the new building. The lagoons are gone. It looks like a totally different place. What they're running up against right now is supply chain difficulties for some of the critical components to make the new filters run and the MCCs that run all the pumps and HVAC systems and everything up there. So they're finishing up some work now. They're going to shut down for the winter. And really the shutdown length is going to be determined by the availability of those parts. They're kind of running up against contract time problems while we're about 70% through. You know, they're a little further than that with their contract time. And they just want to preserve as much. So there's only so much they can work on right now. And if they shut down, come back in the spring, those operations can be happening concurrently and save their days. So they're hoping they're going to come back. It's probably going to be April, best case scenario. And then with a completion date next fall. The plant will probably run midsummer sometime, and then once the new plant's online, they'll tear the old one down and clean up the site. So they're definitely behind. You know, we had hoped that the plant would be running this fall, and then there'd be some cleanup next spring. So, you know, in the end, we're going to be behind almost a year probably.
Wow.
But they're working through it, and I think this plan, you know, this will work out for everyone. That they're in a good position right now to shut down for the winter. So one thing that came up is the raw water pump station, and that's what this latest change order is about. The raw water pump station pumps all of the water from the reservoir to the treatment facility. We planned on major rehabilitation of that building and the components of it, new roof, ventilation system, pumps, electronics, everything. But the shell of the building, essentially, we hope to salvage. That was the plan. And as they started to dismantle the roof, they discovered that there was pretty significant deterioration in the concrete block walls of the building. It was evaluated by the engineering team. Both Dufresne Group, the structural engineers, and the architect. We looked at some different options of maybe piecemealing in the block. That was bad, but you know, there's some question. You can only see so much now.
Yeah.
So there's some question of what we'd run into further down. And the recommendation is to replace the block. So essentially, we'll have a new building entirely in the end. There's not really any good options. If we left it, we just feel we'd be back there sooner than later and have to do it outside of this project. Right now, there's a certain amount of demo that's going to happen anyway. So it kind of makes the most sense to take advantage of that now. So the cost for that change is $160,304.98. That's the change proposal from Kingsbury. In the recommendation, it says for a cost not to exceed that number because they are there was a big push to get this work done before winter, but in the reevaluation of everything, they're thinking maybe that they'll wait till spring for this work and shut down now. And if that's the case, they're going to adjust their price because they won't have to heat that building to do the block work this time of year. So there will be some savings. And that's kind of all in limbo right now. They're trying to strategize.
The snow tonight scaring them away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. So yeah, and as we mentioned before, it's still within the contingency on the project. We feel, we're in really good shape. We've had some great subsidies offered on this project with the funding, and on top of the subsidies through the loan, we've also received some incentives or should receive some incentives at completion from Green Mountain Power and Efficiency Vermont for the heating system. And those will equal up to another $55,000. So.
Excellent. Dan, thank you very much for the presentation. Board members, questions, comments?
I don't know if it's germane, but I will try.
You want me to cut you off if I think it's
sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that the memo from Dufresne Group really laid out that decision very well, and I appreciate that. And that is part of their value. This is like, if we blow through that contingency that remains, so we're a little outside of this thing.
Yes. What happens?
Yeah, like we have authorization for a loan up to 12.5 million. The loan that we are currently expecting to take out is 8.2 million. So if we exceed the contingency that remains, is that just adding on to the loan?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So great question. One of the things I would say that is healthy and good in the way in which the select board has managed the utility fund is to maintain a healthy cash balance. And so, no, that's really important, because when things go wrong in the utility division, they're very expensive, right?
Yes.
If we were to have a water tank rupture, or I can remember a couple of years ago, we had a major water main that went over I-91 that just started raining. And so when problems arise, or when problems arise in the utility fund, it's very expensive. It's always very expensive. So for that reason, a fairly healthy cash balance has been maintained in the utility fund. And so if that 600 had to be 700,000, that would just draw down the available cash within the utility fund. It would be like a water main break. It's the way that sort of thing would be treated.
So we don't have $100,000 water main break, but
yeah.
The worst possible water main break.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Other board members, questions? Liz?
I just wanted to comment that this item and several other items tonight, as a matter of fact, are representative of an old New England town with aging infrastructure and aging facilities, and that we need to do our best in service to the town to balance, our taxpayers, but also providing our residents with the appropriate facilities that we need.
That another teaser there, Liz?
It is.
Thank you very much, Liz. Other board members?
I'll just say ratepayers in this case.
Yes. Fair point. No, yeah, I have just one question, Dan. Besides June 2023 is the new potential end date, correct?
That's startup date.
Okay, all right. fair enough.
Completion date's probably September, October.
Oh, that's what I thought you were speaking to where it was last. Okay. I misheard. Okay. Bummer. Okay. So my question actually is, I think this isn't the only time that a change order has come before the board where towns staff planned to sort of like work with an existing structure, and then it ended up like not being, or existing piece of equipment or something in our frugal sort of trying to make it work with what we've got. And then, we get it before the board and the board's like, yeah, of course, we should change this to try to do this the right way. I'm wondering, in your experience and perspective, should we be maybe being more realistic or changing kind of like our planning sometimes on some of these projects, checking that frugal nature a little bit? Because, or it's maybe not the right way to put it, but
Do you want us to spend more money?
no, it's not that I don't want to spend more money, but I'm when I read things like this, I wonder, did anybody look at that building at the time and was like, I don't know, man. And then but we were like, let's be optimistic and we'll plan for using it. And then we get to it and it's like, there's no way we can use this. And would it be better for our planning if we just like knew from the very beginning, look, we're gonna have to blow this building down and build a new one? I guess is like kind of my question. Do you see that happening like more often than not, or is that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, this one, the evidence really wasn't there until they took the roof off of it.
Yeah.
Okay. It didn't present itself. I don't know a lot of this design work was done before my time here, so I don't know what steps were taken to evaluate it.
Yeah.
But it didn't appear to be falling down.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're from Vermont, right?
Yes. I didn't phrase the question right.
And it makes sense. You should be frugal.
We should be. I agree with that. But it's just, it's the difference between being frugal and being realistic. And I know that we are trying to be realistic, but
I'm just
I hear you.
playing with it.
All right, I'll open up to public comment. I don't see any on Zoom. Any in the room? I don't see any. So in that case, Liz has a motion.
Okay, I move to approve change order number 4 for a sum not to exceed $160,304.98 to complete necessary repairs to the raw water building.
Liz has made a motion to approve change order number 4 for a sum not to exceed $160,304.98 to complete necessary repairs to the raw water building. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Dan. Really appreciate it. Yeah, okay, we're gonna take just a 5-minute break because it's right after 8 o'clock now. So we'll be back at 8:09. Thank you very much. All right, so we're gonna get back to it. And I've got a motion from Jess.
I move that we adjourn as water and sewer commissioners.
Jess has moved that we adjourn as water and sewer commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries 5-0. Okay, board, we're gonna move on to new business agenda item 8A, monthly financial report.
Hey.
Kim Frost, come up.
I know.
Thank you.
Oh my God, this smells good.
Welcome.
Hi,
Hi.
how are you? So in your packets, you guys have the October 2022 financial report for the general fund, the utility fund, and the parking fund. It's our 4th month of fiscal year 2023. These are unaudited results for the 4th month. As we're 33 1/3% through the budget, we are tracking well with our expenses. The general fund is at 31.8%. The utility is at 31.3% and the parking is at 28.7%. Our loan report indicates that we have $4.1 million in outstanding loans issued through the town's various loan programs. The town's revolving loan fund report indicates that we have $171,188 in available funds for additional grants and loans as of October 31st. And the grant report contains information on 25 active grants and 6 grants in the application process as of October 31st, 2022.
Thank you very much for your report. Board members, questions or comments?
I don't have anything tonight.
No?
No, not right now.
Okay. We're all looking at FY 24.
Yeah.
I understand.
Liz, I just want to make sure you can hear us, right?
I
Yeah.
can, I'm all set. Thank you. Thanks,
Okay.
Kim.
Jess?
I did have a question. I'm just trying to picture everything, make sure I'm not asking a dumb question. Okay,
Okay.
Um,
What page?
no page,
Okay.
which is what I was looking for.
Page.
Ha! I was wondering if it might be possible to have the fund balances for the fossil-free facilities fund and the community safety fund included in the monthly financial report.
Question goes to Patrick or Kim, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Either one?
Yeah.
And I think the answer is sure.
yeah. So you want the fossil free fund and the community safety fund?
Yes.
I think there are a couple more F's in there. Fossil.
Fossil fuel free
Fossil-
facilities fund.
Thank you.
That's not a
Not mine.
problem.
Just so we can keep those in
Mhm.
our awareness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Board members, how do we feel about that?
I guess I'm curious about that decision for them not to be in there, right? Because so what we see on those particular funds are transfers to them in the transfer section, and the transfers are accurate. For a fund like that, that's like, we have like a fund that's sitting there established, like we have some other like little pots of money lying around, right? Like we have like,
For example, a reappraisal fund.
right, and we don't,
We have a fire truck.
right, and we don't typically show a running balance
yeah.
of those funds in this report. So what is like the accounting reason why?
So the accounting reason is that like, this was always the report that was done.
Yeah.
I'm still 6 months into it
Yeah.
and haven't really thought about how to make it better like that, like
Okay.
to get an idea of what everybody would need, what you'd like to see. So those suggestions are great and very easy to incorporate
Okay.
all of the
So
funds.
Okay. Yes.
So what I would like to see
Suddenly
then,
we all have
right, is if we're gonna show fund balances for those two
Yeah.
funds, we actually
all
show it
funds.
for all existing
Yes.
funds.
No problem.
And I'm gonna put a little
There's a lot of
asterisk on
I
it.
know that
I'm
there
gonna put a
are.
little
There,
asterisk on it.
there are a lot.
I would say, I would agree with Daniel. Let's put them all on, and as he affectionately called them, little pots of money. Let's put them all on here, and then next month, let's look at it and figure out whether it's really
Yeah.
like,
yeah,
worth, like, let's take a look and see, and we can maybe.
Yeah, or maybe you look at it like every 6 months or every year,
Oh,
once all the transfers are done, or after town meeting, or whatever
Right.
it is that you prefer. I'll bring them next month and because they're not gonna change.
Right.
I was particularly asking about those two because they relate to our approved and accepted select board goals.
yes.
You know, those are things we said we'd do, those are things we said we'd spend or think about. And specifically, you know, those, we didn't say anything about us doing any consideration of fire trucks. So I think for me, that was the interest specifically in those two, but I am excited to see the full list and consider it, but I would like there to be some relationship to our work in what we're seeing of those funds.
Yeah. Daniel?
Yes, and you know, our select board goals that we worked on in April and adopted in May have some of which have been worked on because they were probably just going to be worked on anyway, and some of which are sitting on the shelf because of a variety of reasons. And so, yes, I hear you, and I'm also like, what else do I want to pick up the select board goal shelf? And just as we're entering into budget season, as I was reviewing the FY24 budget, you know, it got me thinking, well, okay, let's check in on how much is in the community safety fund and the other funds with all the Fs in it. Because the balance in those funds impacts decisions that we might make during these next couple of months, thinking about FY24 budget. So I think it is timely to bring them up. And as Kim points out, these funds don't get added to like every month. Like what we're looking at here is like, what's the monthly activity on these lines, you know? And so like maybe periodically, yearly or 6 monthly, checking in on those fund balances would spur like, oh, we got a pot of money sitting around that's been sitting there for 20 years that we've got all about. How can we put that to the best work for the people of the town?
Yeah, I think my only response to your point, Jess, is just that, yes, fossil fuel free facility fund and the community safety fund are two of the most recent things that the select board has considered, but actually all of the funds are our business because they're all elements of the budget and, and ARPA would be another important one too. Yeah, they should all be, I think it could spark good conversation seeing them all. But I hear you on those specific ones, having them been the most recent. Okay. Other comments? I'm gonna open it up to community members now. Let's see anybody on Zoom. I'm gonna look into the room. Dick.
Dick DeGray, two questions. Defaults and any of the loans that we have outstanding with people?
So there is one default that I'm aware of, yes.
And have you received the first installment of the rooms and meals tax for July, August, and September yet?
We did not yet.
So it
but
should be
that
due this
very
week,
soon.
this week or
Yes,
next
this
week?
week or next week, yes.
Okay.
So we'll see that in December.
Yep.
Yeah, usually mid-November. It's like a
Or-
month and a half after.
The board will see it.
Yeah.
See it in the
monthly
December select board. meeting.
Okay, and what does, I used to know it when I was on the board, what does a penny represent in the budget nowadays? The dollar
Percentage.
amount,
Or
a penny on a
What-
tax
what-
roll
what
has a
does,
value.
A penny raise?
No, a penny like,
On the tax.
or a dollar, what does that represent in value on the budget? It used to be a penny was $10,000, $100,000 on the budget. Do you know what that is at
It's
this
about
point?
up to 119,000.
okay.
He means a penny on the tax,
24.
on the tax rate.
I believe that
Not
is.
rate, but-
What does a penny on the tax rate raise? And it raises about 119,000. It had been at about 115,000. It raises and lowers with the value of the grand list.
We got a reappraisal. Yeah, okay. In that case, anyone else? I don't see any. Board members, if there isn't any other comments, then I would look for a motion.
I'll make it.
Daniel.
I move to accept the financial report as presented.
Daniel's moved to accept the financial report as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries 5-0. Thank you very much. And Tim, thank you so much for the presentation. Okay, we're gonna move on to new business agenda item 8B, which is the EMS update. And I'll invite Chief Howard, AC Pier. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll let DC Care speak to it.
Thank you. And I'm just gonna give a really quick preamble. So we've been doing a monthly EMS update with the new system that we implemented in July, working with Golden Cross. And they kind of go a little bit backwards. So this is now the October report. And they kind of are back to back with the last report because we did the September one at the very beginning of November. So that's why we've had two in this month. With that.
So thank you. So October, as I stated in our last meeting, definitely was our busiest month so far. We had 265 calls for an ambulance and 344 calls of service total. On top of it just being a high call volume month, we also had Fire Safety Week, which is really Fire Safety Month. That had a good collaboration of Golden Cross and BFD providers going out into the community, doing all sorts of fire prevention efforts. We had AP Triton, they come visit us. Obviously that had a huge buildup where BFD providers were gathering information. Golden Cross providers are also doing the same so that they could provide AP Triton with the most current information. We also, through a conversation with the Brattleboro Reformer, some of our numbers came back and they questioned some of our numbers being different. So I wanted to clarify that a little bit.
Yeah.
Basically, that's a records keeping thing in the manner in which we derive data from our software.
Yep.
If a report, for example, is found opened or most likely had a QA/QI review on it and the individual had to go back and retype the report or add information to that, that wouldn't be logged in the official numbers. But I would state that those numbers that you see in the monthly report are correct now. And the EMS numbers were pinpoint accurate from day one. So those numbers were pulled out by hand by our office manager. So those numbers haven't changed, but you will see a corrected number from previous reports in the total calls. In terms of total calls from July 1 to October 31st, total EMS calls have been 1,006. Our average response time is 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Our average time of call is 27 minutes, 57 seconds. The need for 2 ambulances has been 157. The need for 3 ambulances has been 28 times. The need for mutual aid is 2. We've transported 694 patients. Total invoice is $367,292. We were able to obtain some credits, what they Golden Cross has collected, $191,759.74. The public brought up the collection rate at our last meeting. So that's a collection rate of 52.2% currently.
52 point.
And we see that the collection rate is going up each month. We're still not gonna have a good solid number, probably at least 6 months into it or 8 months into it to see what we're typically gonna be collecting.
Okay. Anything else? Or?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, AC Kier. Board members, questions, comments? Tim?
Oh, did I have, I do have a question, but I wasn't aware I raised my hand. Tell me about the mutual aid, the 2 instances.
Yep, so the first one was quite a while back. That was,
oh yeah,
I think I talked about it at our meeting.
This is all together.
Yeah, that's all together.
All together. And the
that's 2
second
since
time we
July 1.
required mutual aid was at that 3rd alarm fire at the Fullplex factory.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think this would be probably in the November report in December. But can you speak a little bit to the big forest fire that occurred recently? Is that, am I
Westminster.
in Westminster?
It was Rockingham.
It was
Rockingham.
Rockingham. Did that impact us at all? Did we provide any kind of services?
We were not called for service, no.
Yeah, it was that because it involved Springfield, I think. Springfield Rockingham line, I think.
Okay. I thought maybe it was big enough that we, no, great. Daniel?
Yeah. I'm kind of curious really about folks who are here in the meeting, physically and on Zoom, whether there are things that they would like to see in this report. We've settled into a bit of a routine with it. I find this data helpful and particularly, interested in the kind of analysis page. It's pretty steady, right? Like most months, we're seeing pretty similar kind of pieces of data. And I'm assuming the community is also seeing that because they're reading the same report I am. And so I just wonder whether there are things that the community would find helpful from this report that we're not currently providing them or provided in a different way.
We have received a few comments too on that, and we have changed some of the things that are on the data collection. For example, the max time on call, we now add in the normal call, which is 1 hour and 18 minutes, a diversion call, which is 1 hour and 45, and then a fire standby. So there's 3 very specific type of things that was derived from the public, but I would also be interested in that as well.
Liz, sorry.
Good evening. I would applaud you for the heat map. It's a really interesting thing, and like
Yes.
maps. I also wondered seasonally, you said October's your biggest month. Is that a seasonal thing? And as the winter progresses, there'll be more calls?
We, obviously this is new for us, but we just had a conversation with Golden Cross in regards to when we should see an uptake. They do predict that the months of December, January, February being a slight uptick in call volume, basically due to flu and general illness.
Thank you. And maybe there's more slip trip falls as well.
Right.
Great, thank you.
I have
Tim,
kind of a curious, it's not something I would want to answer that portion of like needing to see, but I'm just kind of curious. The max number of calls per day and the minimum number of calls per day, it's helpful to see average number of calls per day. But is there any pattern to, and this is again, my curiosity, my pattern to days of the week? You just haven't seen anything?
Sundays are a tick slower, but that's
about it.
And I say a very small.
Yeah.
They're pretty consistent across the board.
Yeah, I was just curious. I mean, yeah, and we recently got shared some pretty sobering information about overdoses too. So you don't see any of that tracking on certain days as far as you can tell with our data. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna open it up to, Jess, did you?
Yeah.
Yes.
You started talking about Fire Prevention Month, and that sort of lit up the idea of, I wonder how this data might serve you in safety prevention. That's not the right phrase, but helping folks prevent accidents or the need for emergency services by doing whatever preventative things the data might suggest would be helpful. Is there a long-term sort of vision for that, or?
Not
Yeah.
Not yet. We've, as you know, we've been very consumed with this. We've certainly we recently rolled out our Community Connect, which is a very positive tool that we want to push even more out to the community, because not only is it going to help them, it's going to help us when we go to your house for an emergency, or it's crucial information that can help responders.
I have put my information into Community Connect because I want to make sure my pets are safe if anything happens to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Okay, I'm gonna open up to the public. I don't see anyone on Zoom at the moment. Anybody in the room? Dick,
Can you explain?
you gotta come up for the people on Zoom
And
CCTV.
and VCTV. Thank you.
You know this.
You said $91,000 in credits.
$191,759.74 in collected revenue.
And I thought you said there was another number in there. Did you say
So
something?
a collection rate. So when you talk about reimbursement for medical reimbursement, Medicaid, Medicare only pay a certain percentage.
Right.
Some people pay nothing at all, while private insurance pays everything. It ends up being a collection rate percentage. And that's 52.2% currently.
From the start of.
From July 1.
From July 1.
They've billed out a total of 367, 292, and they've collected 191, 759, 54.
How does that average out with other fire departments that are doing the same thing that you're doing?
It's hard for us to say right now. Typically, most departments that I've talked to are averaging within the 68 to 70% collection rate. So that's why I said it a little while ago that it's going to take us 6 to 7 months before we see where that rate is going to be consistently at. Like the 52.2% is higher than from when the last time they told us their collections or their billables and what they've collected as well. So it continues the collection rate continues to rise.
Would you surmise the income levels in the Brattleboro area are a little bit less than other areas that you're talking to? And so would that be a part of the lower collection rate?
Potentially, I've been talking with Springfield and Hartford, Vermont, which I feel is fairly comparable to our populations. But you're correct on that.
And all this revenue goes to Golden
Cross.
Cross, yeah,
Yep.
okay, and they did, just so I understand, did they make a policy that they weren't going to go after the delta between what the insurance company paid and what was left for them?
That's correct. They
Hey.
do not. They take what's what's
Whatever.
hit and they write off the rest.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Dick. Daniel?
I just want to kind of add on to that, like, so Dick, when Triton are building this report, they're looking at data about collection rates and that kind of thing. That's not just on like this little period of time, right? It's like it's looking at like historical data and national averages and that kind of thing. And I think, as the chief said, like a community like Springfield, I would say pretty comparable here socioeconomically, maybe even less so. And we have a good relationship with that department and know a little about what they've experienced in doing this kind of work. So, but I think, also it's a very helpful thing for us to be seeing from Golden Cross, these numbers to understand what is actually happening here in our town, rather than a kind of black box.
So to follow up on that, do you have to see a viable number of collection to make this beneficial for us to take this service on?
Yeah.
Which,
I can speak. Okay.
if you only had a 50% collection rate, we'd be running it at a loss leader.
So what AP Triton has, and board member, correct me if I am misrepresenting this, but my understanding from AP Triton's presentation that they gave in October was, they're considering 4 models, and what they're trying to do is present to the town a sort of the perfect model that basically can sustain itself in any way it can. So what would the collection rate, what is the collection rate? So like how much would it cost and how much staffing would you need if you were doing it? If it was a third party doing it, what would their collection rate be? What would they be charging you? What's the delta between the two? They're looking at all of that so that we can really assess that question. Because you're absolutely right. That's a critical element to considering a model, any kind of EMS model, be it private, public.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
We, like you, eagerly anticipate the report and then look forward to some conversations around it.
Yeah. Bob.
Okay.
Yep.
Bob Ozer. So one question I had, or a comment, or one or two, goes back a little bit to the financial report. And last month, I believe the overtime usage by the department was about 129% of what was budgeted. And this month, it's at 167% of what was budgeted. And that, I don't know if that's concerning or not. And I think it's not so much about the money on that one, but at some point, is there a dangerousness factor of how much overtime is being worked? So I think that's one concern on the overtime. Then someone had brought up to me something today that apparently there are ladder trucks and engines, I think today was in particular, going to medical calls. And whether that's another expense or a utilization of equipment, which may be concerning, and how that's kind of shaking out. So I think those are basically the two questions, is whether the overtime is getting out there, and equipment usage might be an issue as well.
Okay, thank you, Bob. I'll hand those questions over.
I'll take both of them. First off, Bob, the overtime is a concern to me and town administration. But the reason that we have the overtime is, one is summer vacations. The other is we had 4 folks that were out on FMLA. Currently, we're down to 2 that are on FMLA. We currently have 6 new people, and before I can count them as a shift member count, they have to have certain training, and that training requires overtime. As well as I got 3 people in paramedic school, and when each day that they have school 3 times a week, and when they have that school, we have to, when one of them's on duty, we have to cover that time with overtime when they're at school. Currently, we just on September 11th, we had a 3-alarm fire at Full Flex. When you have a multiple alarm fire or a second alarm fire, that takes a significant amount of overtime. So all those things calculated together. The other thing that we had in the last 2 to 3 months, COVID has hit our department harder now than it did during the height of the pandemic. And we've been dealing with many people out with COVID. And when that happens, due to our contractual needs, we have to meet our contract, which is a minimum manning of 6 people. So with all that, you add all that in, and that's why the overtime is at where it's at. I certainly hear your concern. It's my concern every day, but I have to provide the proper protection for the people in the town. So that's what we're doing. As far as the ladder truck or the engine going to a call, that's nothing different. When we ran with Rescue Inc., we did the same thing. When there's certain calls that come in and it sounds like they're going to need more than 2 people at that incident, the duty officer makes a decision and follows that ambulance to that call. It's part of doing business, and that's what we're doing. I hope that answers your questions.
Thank you. All right. I don't see any other hands at the moment. So board members, if there are any other questions or comments? Seeing none. I think we don't have a motion. Nope. So in that case, I just thank you both so much for the presentation. We'll see you next month, if not sooner. When is the, actually, when is the fire? Next week.
Next week.
So we'll see you next week.
Yeah. All right, we made 10 minutes. We are in good shape.
Okay. So we're going to move on to new business agenda item 8C, which is the FY24 general fund budget overview and revenue discussion. So yeah, this is like the kind of thing that I know the select board looks forward to because it's a big part of our job. I'm going to take one moment to just give a quick overview of what our schedule looks like, because my first year on the select board, we kind of just jumped right into it and I didn't even understand exactly how this worked. So I want to, for our viewers and engaged citizenry, I wanted just to kind of go over it. So we hit every budget, department's budget over a number of weeks. Each week, it's a couple, it depends on how big the budget is, because sometimes it's more complicated, it takes us longer. And we go through it line by line. And if there's a thing that a board member is concerned about or interested in, getting deeper into it, potentially changing it, we flag it. It goes into the book of interim town manager Patrick Moreland's budget discussion, and it moves to either the end of December or early January, where we basically tackle all of those things over multiple meetings. So when we're in the budget discussion now, like we're going to get into stuff, but a lot of the times you'll maybe see us say, okay, we're really interested in this thing, so we're going to flag it now. And that means that we're going to be talking about it later on. So I just don't want people to think that because we move on from a subject, it means that it's simply been accepted as the budget. And that a lot of the time, and those are usually in multiple meetings because we have a lot of things that get flagged and we talk about them. So with that in mind, I'm going to pass it over to Patrick to give us the overview presentation.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I'm gonna provide just a couple of minutes, the sort of global overview of the fiscal 24 general fund budget. And I would say honestly, much of what I'm going to say is also trying to put this budget in context. And I'll explain what I mean by that in a minute. For those who are following along at home, or for those amongst the board, there'll be a handful of times where I refer to budget numbers. Generally, I am utilizing the 2-page summary as sort of, where this overview discussion is coming from. I want to say first and foremost, though, I want to thank all the members of the management team who helped to prepare the general fund budget and all the related capital documents. It was a great deal of work by a lot of people, and it's a great team to work with. And so I thank each of them. I want to particularly call out the contributions of our new finance director, Kimberly Frost, who was just immensely helpful this year, and couldn't have put all this together and done it on time without her very capable assistance. And so thank you, Kimberly Frost. In sort of setting the table for the fiscal 24 budget, what I think is really important for us all to keep in mind is the sort of economic backdrop in which we're all sort of living through at this moment in time. And in particular, to be mindful of the increased cost of living that each and everybody is experiencing right now. The increased cost of living is typically measured by what's called the Consumer Price Index, which is a metric calculated by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's calculated monthly. They may do it daily for all I know, but generally speaking, it's a monthly calculation. And in the month of September, it was up 7.2% over the previous year, which is extremely high. If you look at just the New England states and not just the Northeast, it's up to 7.4% over the previous year. And what's particularly unusual about this is that it's been sustained every month this entire calendar year. So it's not a like blip, right? We didn't have like a statistical anomaly. There is a real significant increase in costs, and we all see this and we all feel it. The other thing I would point out is while we're talking about 7.4% for the New England states, that is an average of all goods and services. But particularly, there are some goods and services that are incredibly expensive at this point in time. Food consumed at home is up 11.5%. Fuel for heating is up 25.5%. Unleaded gasoline, which is what powers most vehicles, is up 15.8%. So these are significant increases in costs that every household in Brattleboro is presently experiencing. But the thing that I would like to remind the board and the public is it's the general fund budget is how and where and when we address this particular issue for all the families and all the staff that work for the town of Brattleboro. So while this is presently affecting all of our households, everybody at this table and everyone in the room, if we are to do anything about it for the employees at the town of Brattleboro, this is the time and the place and how we go about doing that. And so while it's not a individual line item anywhere in this budget, I want to let the board and the public know that what's called the cost of living adjustment, which has been baked into this particular budget, is set at 5%. Now, I want to be straightforward with everybody that 5% is the highest COLA I've seen in my time here at the town of Brattleboro. Typically, we've been able to get by in years past with like 2%. we're obviously not in a moment in time where 2% allows anybody to keep up with the rising cost of goods and services. And just as a point of comparison, I would inform the board and the public that the Social Security Administration, who is, responsible for sending out checks to homes on fixed income all over the United States, has selected 8.7% as their cost of living increase for 2023. So while 5% has been baked into this budget, it's not 100% clear to me that that is sufficient to address the rising cost of living for the families and the workers employed here by town of Brattleboro. With all of that said, as sort of economic backdrop, the fiscal 24 budget has revenues and expenses of $21,484,663, which is approximately $1.4 million larger than fiscal 23, or a 7.1% increase. The largest single driver of expenses in the fiscal 24 budget over the fiscal 23 budget is the increased transfer to capital. Our capital expenditures in fiscal 23 were 1.489 million, and in fiscal 24 are 2,481,000, an increase of 992,000 or 66%. Now I'll speak to that more broadly in a little bit, but I would also point out that while that is the largest single driver of expenses, it is largely offset by the increase in the use of fund balance. As you'll recall, last year, the board was able to follow their guideline. They went a little bit beyond their guideline for good reason, and used $300,000 in terms of fund balance, which you might think of as our savings account, in the fiscal 23 budget. The fiscal 24 budget proposes $950,000. As many of you will recall, we acknowledged last year that this year we were likely going to have a significant increase in available unassigned general fund balance. And in fact, we are. I can also point out that this $950,000 is not the final number. That is an estimate. We believe it to be a very accurate estimate, but it could be off by a little bit. We'll know for sure with the completion of the fiscal 22 audit, which we should have in just the next couple of weeks. So that number might adjust just a little bit, but we think it's highly accurate at this point in time. So that available unassigned general fund balance is largely offsetting the increased transfer to capital. So I guess what I would say is that additional capital expenditure is not what would be driving any increase in taxes. The increase in taxes is largely driven by employee expenses. And I think that should go not really as a surprise. We are largely a service industry or a service business. We are people, and people with salaries and benefits. And so at a time when there is a large increase in the cost of living, and we want to be able to respond back to that responsibly, we're going to have higher expenditures, and that's going to be the real driver behind any tax increases. So taxes for fiscal 24 are anticipated to increase by $558,446, or roughly 3.5%. And you can see from the 2-page summary, I believe down at the bottom of the first page, that's where the salaries are hitting us. You can see them broken out by each of the departments, but collectively it's about a $504,742,000 increase, or 6.1% increase for salaries. On the next page.
I'm going to stop you there, Patrick.
Yes, sir.
For people to be following along, when you're saying first page and second page, which document are you referring to?
I'm talking about first page and second page of the 2-page summary.
Okay.
2-page summary.
Yeah, so that's
Yep.
not in the,
An operating.
that's not in the,
message.
message. That's a separate document called the summary of by type or revenue and expenditure. Yeah.
That's true. It is mentioned in the memo.
Yep.
I'm sort of in some ways summarizing the memo.
Cool.
But sort of speaking a little bit more off the cuff.
Yeah, I
and
didn't mean to
follow-
interrupt the flow. Sorry, I just want to
Yeah.
make sure people knew where you were referring.
No
to. So,
problem.
go ahead.
So in the two-page summary, which is, identical to the big detailed 20-page budget. Particularly what I think is important is the expenditure side. Because it breaks our expenditures down into what is really meaningful to the town of Brattleboro, which is less about individual departments and more about what are our expenses. Our expenses are salaries, benefits, departmental expenses, which is everything in a department that isn't salaries and benefits. And then general expenditures and transfers. That's effectively our budget. You can see our expenditures in salaries are at 6.1%. And on the next page, you'll see our benefits are up $172,290 or 4.8%. Those are largely what is driving any tax increases proposed in this budget. Departmental expenses, as you can take a look at, is only going up 32,000 across all of the town's departments. Town manager, finance, human resources, clerks, assessors, planning, library, fire, facilities, maintenance, police, dispatch, DPW, and rec and parks. Going up 1.4% or about $32,000. General services is decreasing by about $330,000. This is for three principal reasons. We have some debt falling off our debt schedule. It's about 48,000. Our workers' comp rates are going down. We've done a lot of work. I know Peter jumped on this and spoke to it regularly. We've done a lot of work with our workers' comp programming.
Yeah.
And it's really paying good dividends. Our experience rating is almost as low as it can get. When we started this work, it was almost as high as it could get. So we're getting preferential rates from our workers' compensation. And we're doing everything we can to get folks back on payroll, to work and not being covered by our workers' comp insurance. And that's having a dramatic impact. And that's offering some savings to the tune of about $121,000. Also, frankly, there's a proposed reduction in ambulance costs to the tune of about $130,000. So all three of those put together are lowering our general services expenses by about $330,000. At the bottom of the second page, you'll see our transfers. These are the transfers out. As I mentioned before, the transfer to capital is increasing by a significant degree. It's also offset by the increased use of fund balance. Fossil fuel facility fund is where it is, and a continuation of the plan that was approved by the select board some years ago to contribute 70,000. And then the transfer to the community safety fund has been repositioned to this location of the budget where the other transfers out are occurring. And in the budget proposed, we have $50,000 in place for the transfer to community safety fund. And there's a good deal more to discuss under revenue, but I think that's sort of the big picture.
Yeah.
If would you like me to pause for a second, see if there's any big picture questions before we get to specifics?
Yeah, so basically what the proposal would be just to move on to agenda item 8D, which is discussion of, is that what you're saying? Or no, you.
So I could, if there are any big sort of overarching questions now, otherwise I could jump straight into revenue.
Oh, okay.
Which was going to be a more detailed discussion of the revenue section of the budget.
Okay. Any
Help me out.
broad over?
It's a Pandora's box of questions.
Yeah.
I have a big question.
Yeah.
Don't answer it. Just
Okay.
consider it.
Just
How about that?
Cool.
The $504,000 of staffing increase expenditure.
Yep.
can that be offset using ARPA funds for governmental services? I
Yes.
don't
No.
mean like,
Sorry.
should it be, can it be?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, so that's something for us to think about.
cool.
There's a
I'm not
lot,
saying,
there's a lot to consider there. I am not offering any judgment about your use of ARPA. Staff expenses are going to be around next year.
I would say
They're a
yes,
regular expenditure,
I agree.
right?
And also this increased COLA is a sort of once in a blue moon event, just like this ARPA money. And so we may want to consider that.
Sure. I just, if I, so I think of it in some ways very much like the use of fund balance, right? If you borrow from your savings account, which is our use of fund balance, and historically we have tried to utilize those sort of precious dollars for really out of the blue, large scale capital projects. Because if you start using them for your regular, meat and potatoes, daily expenditures, then when you cease doing that, it'll hurt twice as much. No judgment, just putting it out there.
I totally understand. And I've heard us talk about that many a time. And I just want to put it out there for us to consider it as we move forward in this process.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Other general questions?
Yeah, just clarification on how you presented the COLA. Because you made a statement, you said it's been baked in, not an individual line item. Can you show me a line item where it's in there and I can kind of see it? In other
So
words,
in any of these,
just pick one. I
okay,
just
on
want to see
the
it.
first page of the
Summary.
first page of the summary, pick any of the departments at the bottom here, and it's baked into those costs.
Okay, but not, for instance, finance, or is it? Because finance sits at 4.2% rise.
There's a variety of, I see the point you're trying to make. Not each of these is exactly at 5. Some is more, some are less. Okay, so what's going on there? What's going on there is, in some cases, there are contractual obligations for there to be step increases. And so the step increases
Supersede or
are added to, right? So there's a 5% cost of living adjustment baked into there, along with any contractually obligated step increases. In some departments, there are changes occurring. And in that particular department, we anticipate some retirements. And so we're looking at the very likelihood that we're going to have some decreased expenditures. I mean, those are small departments, and when you see things coming and think, okay, if we're going to be training up a new person, we're likely going to be training someone who's starting at the bottom of the pay chart rather than somebody who's at the top of the pay chart.
Okay.
So that would explain why certain departments aren't necessarily at that level, and that's likely going to occur more often or be more noticeable in the very smaller departments.
Okay. I just need to tease this out a little bit, and then I promise I'm not gonna go down the COLA road too far. Oh, that sounds like a strange.
Tasty.
Yeah. Sticky, perhaps. So does it include the changes that we've already been familiar with because of contractual, like union negotiations and things like that? What's the relation to COLA to those changes? And is it just applying to is the COLA, 5% COLA that you say is baked in, is it increasing some of those? Is it changing those at all? No, because we've already locked in these agreements with our employee team members if they're a part of a union. I want to fully understand for the taxpayers.
So there's a good deal of uncertainty at this particular moment in time in answer to some of those questions. And I want to sort of identify where we're at this moment in time with our collective bargaining agreements. We have 4, and all of them, what do you call that? When they end, they all of them need to be renewed July 1.
Renegotiate.
So, yeah, absolutely. So, some of the work that we are going to be doing from January to June is to renegotiate all 4 collective bargaining agreements. And so, one of the things I point out in the memo is that, you know, trying to be prepared, given the economic environment, to renegotiate those. The steps are already in place, in terms of their structure and the relation to each other. But the cost of living adjustment does impact the steps. So if there's a, you know, I don't know, to simplify something, $35,000 job that goes up by 5 or 4% with each step, and then there's a cost of living adjustment, then those each go up. Each of the steps go up by that cost of living adjustment. So these things, I think what you could say is they somewhat compound.
Sure, sure. But in our discussions, negotiations, we're not used to having 5% a COLA generally on the table. And as we do our duties to try to keep taxes under control, I'm just trying to understand.
In my entire career here at Town of Brattleboro, 2% or maybe on a rare case, 3% has been more than adequate to cover the increase in cost of living. 3% at this point in time is not even going to be halfway to the increase in cost of living. So you're talking about taking an economic step backwards.
Yeah. Interesting. You had me up until that last comment, but your witness, Counselor. No, I'm kidding.
Liz, yes, I was letting Tim walk the COLA road. Go ahead.
Thank you for teasing.
Yeah, because he's a COLA nut. Okay. I just want to comment on that last discussion, and it's, you know, it's like part of our responsibility is to make sure that our staff is properly compensated, and that includes cost of living. And the other half of that equation is to make sure that our taxpayers aren't unfairly burdened. And so I'm sure that there's a happy medium, but that's not my question. My question is about the increased use of fund balance. And I remember last year vividly that we struck a balance, a midpoint at this 300,000. And, you know, that was quite a heavy discussion that we had. And I think a lot of that stemmed from payments that were made in advance of when they were due. And so there's a sentence in here that says, as predicted in the budget project last year. Well, why did we predict that the use of fund balance would go up, you know, from 300,000 to 950,000? That's a huge increase. And I just need more explanation.
Sure. I will do the best that I can. As the board will recall, the board adopted a guideline for its use of fund balance. In essence, what we would do is we would, in reviewing the calculation, this happens once a year at June 30. It's reported in our audit, which, like I said, should be finished up in just another couple of weeks. And so we'll have that final number. We take 10% of the proposed general fund budget and set that amount of unassigned fund balance aside. That's kind of our piggy bank to make sure, you know, something goes wrong. We have a tropical storm, Irene. Again, we've got some funds set aside for that. Anything in excess of that 10% gets incorporated into the general fund budget. The reason we anticipated that it would go up so significantly this year in the way that it's shown here is just like you say, Liz, there had been some prepaid expenses from the year before. And so when we ran our guideline, it sort of artificially showed that we would only have if my memory is correct, if we followed the guideline to a T, we would have something like 55,000 in available use of fund balance. But because we were raising taxes for the expenses that had already been prepaid, the fund balance was there. It just, like it was in the bank, but it wasn't recorded as unassigned general fund balance because it couldn't be done so until the end of the next fiscal year. So what we surmised at that time was there was going to be a significant increase for this budget in terms of unassigned general fund balance, and that's exactly what seems to have occurred.
So Patrick, you're saying that this is creating an equilibrium from the previous year.
Yeah, I think that's an elegant description.
Great. And let me just point out that I'm looking at this online, and there's a weird file number that says April 8th, 2011, and that might throw people off. So maybe you could change that.
Oh, that's good to know. Liz, which it's the file name?
Yes.
For which item?
The budget message.
Okay.
I think that's the name of this PDF, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Got renamed, but not renamed in the
Yeah.
file name.
We'll
Okay.
take a look at that.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right, so
thank you,
we're gonna-
Patrick. This is a good start to understanding the fund balance, and I'm sure we'll have more discussions, but I think it's really important to understand last year and this year and how they fit together.
Absolutely. I have one very broad question, and I think it's going to show my age a little. So COLA, cost of living expenses, when they go up because of inflation, do they just go back down when the, economy and market sort of solidifies, kind of like interest rates? Or is it kind of one of those things that it's just always climbing and it just depends on how fast it climbs?
I am not an economist, and I believe it's almost always climbing, but it generally speaking has been, in the 1% to 2% range in the last, say, decade.
Yeah.
And so, that's why, like a 2% cost of living adjustment has been more than adequate for so many years. We're in a moment in time today where, that just isn't cutting it. So.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking because the cost of living is calculated by they take products and look at how much is a gallon of milk and things like that. And a gallon of milk and a gallon of gas, they fluctuate.
Yep.
Right. So at some point it's more expensive and at some points it's less expensive. And so the reason I'm asking is kind of if we have a bump here, and I understand that the other end of the bump maybe is higher than where we were here, but it's it's maybe 2%. Could we consider Daniel's thought about ARPA because we are just sort of addressing the bump? But where I'm saying I don't actually know is the reality is that the bump is going to be we're going to be up at 4 or 5% anyways. Because that my question makes sense.
I think so. I think what will happen if the CPI is going to relax, then the rate of increase is going to stabilize and plateau. But that doesn't mean that, a gallon of milk is going to go back down to being 30 cents a gallon anymore.
Right.
So, it just won't rise at the pace that is presently rising.
And my idea was addressing the spike as opposed to trying to pay for it forever. It's here is a weird spike, and fingers crossed, it's a spike, not the, we don't expect to see the cost of living rise by 7% every year for the next foreseeable.
And that's where my question.
I'm hearing a lot of noise over here.
I have noises and Liz also has a hand up.
Oh God,
But,
I opened a whole can of things. Okay.
And I have a hand, you
Just
just can't see it.
Yeah.
That cost of living raise is gonna put all staff salaries up at whatever percentage we decide. And so that'll be the baseline for next year's determination of the cost of living raise.
Correct.
Right. So if we use ARPA for part of that, and then we increase it again, then we're gonna have to make up a
You
significant.
could do, you
like-
could maybe have no COLA increase if it dropped back down.
If it dropped back down,
Do you know what I mean?
right.
I'm offended.
but you
We're
would
even talking about ARPA right now.
You would still be, that amount of money you would still be paying. Anyway,
Yeah, I hear that.
to me, it wouldn't make sense to use ARPA money because we would have to find out where that money would come from in the future.
I actually want to be,
That's correct.
yeah, I think that's fair. And actually, this question was a lot less about ARPA and more about trying to determine whether this is like a one-time thing or if it's, yeah.
No, I think, sorry, I should.
Liz.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion, prices aren't gonna go down. And, you know, there's a lot of reasons for this cost of living increase, and a lot of people say that there's price gouging on the part of large corporations, but I am very much against using ARPA
Okay.
for capital. I think they should be used for municipal capital spending. And I don't want to talk about ARPA either, but I'm
Yeah.
just here to say that prices aren't going to go down.
Okay. Fair. I didn't mean to pull an ARPA back. It was really not a question about ARPA. It really wasn't.
Yeah,
It was- I'm
Dan.
just trying to understand what's this high of a COLA increase. I'm just trying to grasp it. Tim, did you?
It's high. I want to just throw out that workers know that gas prices go up and down.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So when gas prices double, which actually they have recently, and then they're sneaking back down. The question is, when gas prices double and you have to use gas to get to work and for the rest of your other life needs, is it intuitive for you to go to your employer immediately and ask for them to cover that price change? Is that what we feel we need to be doing? Or do we feel that the worker takes some of that impact because that's how it works in the rest of the world? So the question we have to come up with, like, is how much of the rise in prices out there are the responsibility of us, the employer, and therefore the taxpayer, and how much is the responsibility of the people getting paid for the job? I'm just trying to lay that out as like, that's a consideration when you talk about there's been a spike in the cost of living. In this case, we're not an evil corporation, we're the taxpayers. So we have to weigh those very carefully.
Absolutely. I know. I think it's a very good way of putting it. Yeah. Flag.
Well,
What is the?
yeah, I didn't need to put a flag.
Philosophical
Yeah.
discussion. of-
There is a flag that I would love to bring up on this Cola Road. So Patrick, in your memo, you discussed 5%, how the usual is more like around 2 or 3, and how the current Social Security is around 7 or 8. We only have the number for the 5. I'm wondering if it would help us understand the financial implications better if we had other numbers to compare with that 5.
Help me to understand what you mean.
So
Like a 3.
What is 3%?
have a discussion about what,
Yeah.
with real numbers, about what the difference between offering a 3%
So-
or a 7% or a 5% would
Would
be.
it be helpful to know what each 1% is?
I don't know.
I mean, is that?
I understand why you're offering that.
Okay.
And like, I think in some ways, like, so we've been told, hey, the social security COLA is 8.3.
Right.
So if we wanted to give the town of Brattleboro employees the same COLA as social security is given, what would that cost the taxpayer? If we wanted to do historically what we have done, which is 2, what would that cost? Right? Whereas if we did, I mean, I suppose we could see the 1% as well, but
Yeah, I
wanna see
don't
it
care
against-
what the numbers are. I just would love a difference in comparison so we can, have
think
some real
if-
financial implications for which choice we make.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think getting you the 1% value is, you know, if you wanted to add 2% more, you would, you know, double it. If you want to take 1% away, that would, you know, it would give you.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So,
Yeah.
I will say that I think this is an immensely valuable discussion. the struggle that Tim articulates so well is one that, you know, we struggled with for months, right? How do you strike that balance? Landed on 5% largely because, you know, even though we were aware that, you know, other responsible entities were choosing, you know, much larger colors, was, you know, this is going to be both disturbing to the board and the taxpayers, also going to be bothersome to the staff. No one's going to be happy with 5%. And in some ways that was, you know, how staff grappled with that. And by staff, I'm talking about myself here largely, in consultation with the finance director. Because yeah, you can't pass on the whole thing. It's, you know, not, you know, if something doubles, all right, that's much more likely to be a blip. We understand that gas goes up and down. If you drive by the same gas station, it's all over the place. But there has been a sustained in excess of 7% CPI for the entire year. And so in order to, you know, strike that balance, the one you were describing, we landed at 5. So.
Okay. Oh, Daniel?
I mean, seeing as we're still in the philosophical realm, like, you know, it's the question of like, well, I don't get this increase, so why should they? Or, you know, we don't have control over everybody's employer. We barely have control over this one. We don't have control. That's according to the charter. But, you know, we do have a role to play in this budget decision, and so does town meeting. You know, I want to remind folks that this is not just us. And so, you know, I think that there is a philosophical and moral question of like, what is the right thing to do here? And I expect us to be weighing that over the next several weeks and months. And I don't think it's settled, right? And like, I'm also pretty curious about like the impact of this on union negotiations. Like if we're going to say, okay, everybody's getting a 5% bump, and then our 4 unions come back in July and say, and on top of that, we want X, Y, and Z. That's going to make, I mean, I don't want to make any predictions, but that's going to make for some hard conversations about what the budget can take. And so it's really tricky.
I agree.
Okay.
Good, but it's a good kickoff.
It's a good kickoff. So Patrick, you want to get into revenue now?
Yeah, we raise it all by tax.
Happy to.
Yep. And then we're gonna, I think we'll go right into the next part. Yeah.
Cool.
Oh my God.
So in terms of discussing the revenue side of the general fund budget, I'm going to be speaking from pages 1 through 4 of the detail budget. That's the sort of 20-page budget. And you know, the revenues for the general fund, the revenue section of the general fund is really pretty straightforward. There's not a whole lot of change going on here year over year, but I'll speak directly to each of the changes that you can see on the page. On page 1 of the detail budget, right away, you see investment income rising by about $37,000. And this is just a reflection that interest rates have been going up. And, you know, there's a number of years where we were taking significant hits in terms of interest income. And more recently, we've recognized that interest rates are rising. And so what we've done is increased the interest income for the general fund by annualizing the first 4 months interest that we've achieved this year into next year's budget. So we're showing that going up from 40,000 to 77,000. You can see if you look back at our actuals, you know, back in 2019, we were earning over $105,000, $106,000. So I think we're bouncing back from some of the challenges of the pandemic, and certainly that is going to be evident in meals and rooms, which I'll talk about in just a moment. The next line down where there's a change is the increase in taxes. We spoke about that just a minute ago. property taxes are essentially the backbone of municipal revenue. We have very limited options available to us as a Vermont municipality. We do have two options, local options, they call them. And those are meals and rooms and sales tax. Each of these numbers is expected to rise. Meals and rooms we're projecting to be 475,000, and sales we're projecting to be 1,070,000. The way in which these two numbers were calculated was based on a 5% increase over the most recent year's actual. So you can see in meals and rooms, we way outpaced our expectations in fiscal 22. We were very much still in a sort of pandemic mindset. If you look back, we dropped off a little, particularly in fiscal 20 and 21, but we bounced back significantly in 22 and way outpaced our budget. And so we put a 5% kicker on top of the most recent year's actual. And we did the same thing with the sales tax. So that came in at 1,018,000. And so we're projecting 1,070,000. Moving down the page, a slight change. Oh, one thing to point out, it shows up first on this page in the finance department as a $50,000 decrease. In a nutshell, what we've done here is the business license program, which had been from a budget standpoint in the finance department, has been moved to the assessor's department. And this is only just a reflection of the fact that it's the assessor's office that administers the business license program. So it's the same $50,000 in revenue. It's just leaving the finance department and finding its way to the assessor's office. There is a minor change in dog license revenue in the town clerk's office. It's just going down by, I believe, $4,500. And this is really just to tie that to our actual performance in terms of dog license revenue. Working down the page, you can see at the top of page 2, the $50,000 in the assessor's office that was moved from the finance department.
Yep.
Working down the page, the next change is in employee contributions to, that's to health insurance. You'll see that's going up 6.7%, which is tied to the increase in the health insurance premiums. That's the only change on this page. Working down to the next page, on page 3, there is a decrease in police department revenue of $48,020, and this reflects the loss in dispatch revenue from Rescue Inc. Working down the next page, we've got somewhat at the top of page 4, the state current use payment. And what this is the state of Vermont operates, as many people know, the current use program that to help property owners with forested land sort of maintain a lower tax rate on that property and to keep it from development. The state then reimburses the town for a good portion of the lost revenue. And this particular line has been consistently outpacing our budgeting. And so we're trying to get out in front of that, and it's up $15,000 over last year, which is right about where I think it's going to hit in fiscal 24. Moving down the page, we're into recreation and parks revenue. Carol Lalott operates a whole lot of programming in a number of facilities. Mostly her revenue line items are changing. In total, her revenue is projected to increase by about $10,000, which is the sum of a series of different changes. One of which I think is really interesting, by the way. Day camp revenue is going up by about $11,000. And what's going on here is that we're getting a lot more participation in the day camp in the summertime. And we think this is largely a consequence of our accepting credit cards.
Is this the first year we've accepted credit cards?
It took a while to get that done. And I will tell you that there's a way to do it right. And I know there's a way to do it wrong. And it's one of the things that we held off on doing until we had a finance director to sort of oversee that transition.
Absolutely.
We are now accepting credit cards for things like day camp. And what's really cool about,
Cash only before?
we would take checks.
Checks, you know, gotta write your phone on it.
Yeah.
One of the things that happened this most recent summer is instead of paying week to week, right? So if you were paying week to week, you know, something could come up, you might not go the following week, you might not pay. And so we were getting less participation. But when we accepted credit cards, what happened is most of the parents like bought for the whole program.
Yeah.
And then their kids showed up for the whole program. So we got a lot more participation in the program. And I think our revenues are going to be rising as a consequence of that.
And more citizens with credit
I have a
cards.
comment.
Oh.
This is also, this is a childcare issue too. I mean, the ability to pay by credit card and allowing more kids to go to camp is also providing childcare for children in the summer.
Agreed.
Yep. Let's see, facility use fees, an increase of about $5,000. And this is an increase of $5 per user per program in fees that the department has raised. They basically raised their fees, $5 per person per program. And so that's increasing the facility use fee income. There is a decrease in miscellaneous revenue of $7,000, which is largely due to the high school. The high school had previously had a circus-related program of some kind that had used one of our facilities. They have since found other facilities to their liking and are no longer making use of our facilities. And so there's a decrease in the revenue there. Working down the page out of Rec and Parks, you can see use of fund balance going up as we previously discussed. And then lastly, the transfers. Now there's something about the transfers I'd like to point out. They're going up a little bit larger than usual. Now, what the transfers are in revenue are the parking fund and the utility fund, two business utilities managed by the town, contributing to the general fund for the cost of things like the town manager's office and the finance department, and other sort of general administrative functions of the town that are principally housed in the general fund, but consumed to some degree by the parking fund and the utility fund. So these are revenues coming in. We're proposing $346,000 from the utility fund and $51,000 from the parking fund. These are offsetting the need to raise taxes. And the reason that these two expenses are going up at a rate higher than they ordinarily have been is our new finance director took a look at the calculation, which had been sort of handed down to her from her predecessor, John O'Connor, and recognized that many of the human resources related expenses hadn't been baked into that calculation. So she revised the calculation somewhat, and that explains the larger than average increase in the transfers into the general fund. And that is your revenue summary.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Questions?
Not a
comments?
whole heck of a lot of change, really.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Do you want to, are you going to give an general overview of the expenditures as well, or?
We did it. No,
We just did-
or at least that wasn't the plan for this.
I think that's
There was
great,
the
yeah.
global overview,
Yeah.
the focus on revenue, and that, you know, from the meeting, 2 meetings ago, I guess
Yes.
it was. And then tonight was capital.
Excellent. So, board, any questions, comments on that?
Thank you.
No, not right now. Thank you.
I have one.
Yes, Liz.
Going over to Park and Rec, and you were saying that, you know, people use the credit card and more people went to day camp, but the out of town numbers didn't change per se to any great degree. Is that strange? They don't use credit cards?
That's an interesting question. I don't know if Carol Lalotte's in the audience anywhere.
Of course.
And would you mind?
We have a limited number of spots available for day camp, and a majority of those spots are given to Brattleboro residents first before we defer out to non-residents. So that's where.
Thanks, Carol.
Tim?
I have a question that you might not be able to answer. It's slightly off the page, but on the state reimbursements, because I'm really fascinated now of the state current use reimbursements. Does that keep up with the cost to the town? Or
Full cost? I don't believe it does.
doesn't surprise me?
What a surprise, Tom.
But I was just curious if you had a number in your head. Oh, man, that only covers half of our cost.
You know, I honestly don't.
It's fine.
Like,
I'm just, don't put it on your list. No, I don't think
flag it.
so. Because it's not action we can take
Yeah.
under,
That's,
you know,
What about
Either which
complaining?
way,
Can we do complaining?
I'm curious now too.
Okay.
And I'll see if I can find out. I suspect the assessor is gonna have a general sense as to.
okay, general sense would be
Fifty
great.
percent or 70%?
Yeah. I mean, it's always great to be able to know what to complain to your state reps about, right? Something like that, for instance.
okay, so I think we're gonna move on then to
Capital?
new business agenda item 8D, which is FY 24 capital projects and equipment budget discussion and overview. So I think I'm gonna pass that to Patrick first.
I am. I'm just, if you don't mind, I'm looking for, so when we discuss capital, there are basically three different, documents that we prepare each year. And I want to talk about those each. They are the capital equipment projects list, which is typically shown as a 5-year projection. And then there's the capital equipment replacement program. This is typically shown as a 25-year replacement for all, vehicles, rolling stock, and equipment. And then there's lastly, what's called the capital request. I want to speak to each of these documents tonight. I want to start with the capital request only to point out one thing. The capital request is strictly a snapshot of what's being requested for fiscal 24 for this 1 year.
Yes.
It is the summary of the other two documents. The other two documents have the benefit of putting those requests in a sort of historical context.
Yep.
Right? The capital request page is strictly just what's going on in fiscal 24. As you can see, there's a whole lot going on, but the point I want to make by speaking to this first document first is that in total, there is $6,823,980 in proposed capital expenditures. Okay. Just below that number is borrowed funds, $4,342,980. Those borrowed funds relate specifically to the 4 different recreation and parks capital projects that you see. The skating rink refrigeration, the skating rink roof and code improvements, the maintenance facility, the Kiwanis shelter parking, and the upper ball field lighting. That is what totals is 4,342,980. And I'm gonna ask Carol to speak to that last. But I wanted to point out to everybody that of the total 6.8 million, after the borrowed funds are removed, you see the 2.481, which is the transfer to capital that was shown in the general fund. So just wanted to show you how these sort of two documents relate together. So we're gonna finish with the Living Memorial Park, and we're gonna start with the 25-year capital replacement program.
Yeah.
Now, for the sake of everybody's eyes, at least everybody's eyes at this table, I have taken the liberty of ordinarily the 25-year capital replacement program is printed landscape. And because there is 25 years worth of data on there, it is very difficult to read. Yeah, there you go. It looks like that. In order to facilitate this discussion tonight, what I did was turn the document on its side and only showed the first 5 years so that it's a much larger document. I made some additional copies. If anybody in the audience wants to take a look at what we're about to take a look at, which is a little different than what was, what's available on the, website. It's the same numbers. It's just shown in a way that's easier to view. So we're going to be walking down the capital equipment replacement program for fiscal 24. Top of the program, we're in the fire department.
Yep.
And as the board will recall, a number of years ago, we established the fire truck replacement fund. And the reason for that, I think, is worth highlighting once again, which is in years past, when we would need to replace a fire truck vehicle. Fire truck vehicles are so expensive, you know, they can run $600,000, $800,000. And if we were to try and pay for those with real-time taxes from just that year, it would limit our ability to replace anything else in the capital program. So what we did was set up the fire truck replacement program, and we fund it little by little each year, such that when a big expensive fire truck comes along for replacement, we've got the cash to be able to purchase it without hampering our ability to take on other challenges. And it also enables us to be able to purchase fire trucks without having to borrow for it. So it's a good thing. And in fiscal 24, we are proposing 120,000. As you can see, moving forward, it increases by 5,000 each year. And if you could look backwards in time, you'd see that it was 115,000 in fiscal 23 and 110,000 the year before.
Yep.
So that's just putting that particular piece in context. The next item down is 55,000 for the replacement of the radio system. This was part of a program to replace the radios within the fire department. This is over a 4-year period. This is year 3 out of 4 for $55,000. Working down the program, we can see that there's a replacement for one of the thermal imaging cameras. Thermal imaging cameras are important for the fire department. It helps to identify areas, hot spots, in a structure fire that may not be quite visible to the ordinary eye, but a thermal imaging camera can help identify places where we need to focus attention and help get that fire put out. Working down the program, we see we've got a replacement for a 12-lead EKG. Again, this is part of a multi-year plan to replace those EKG machines. In fact, we have taken possession of all of these EKG machines and are making payments over 4 separate years. So there was a $35,000 increment the previous year, and there is this year. There are 2 more years after this, and then we'll start working on those again in 2028. And then lastly, we've got a what's going to appear kind of interesting, Utility 10, which is one of the Ford F-350 vehicles at the fire department. There's $15,000 in there, and obviously we can't replace a truck for $15,000. But this particular vehicle, Utility 10, is in remarkably good shape, and with gosh, I had a conversation with Lenny earlier today. There is a rear something replacement. Lenny, can you help me out? I know you told me this. I know we texted. I know I emailed you about it today, but it's a rear
leaf spring.
It's our utility truck. It's basically for brush fires. We put it through the woods, and it's got very low miles on it. We're gonna reconfigure the back body of it. There's nothing wrong with the actual truck itself, and I don't really want to buy a new truck to run out through the woods. So this is the best option for us.
Yep. And we believe that this is going to give us significant additional life to this particular vehicle for a reasonably modest investment.
Cool.
All right, moving down the line, we're going to leave fire behind and arrive at general services. This is where we have computer replacement for organization wide. It's at 47,000. It goes up a little bit each year. We have been working on a plan to replace our computers every 4 years. We learned a lesson during COVID that having desktops created problems for us when we needed to bug out and work somewhere else, and that laptops were a better solution for us. So a couple of years ago, we raised this up a little bit. It's now going up by about $1,000 a year. In fiscal 24, it's proposed at 47,000. Moving down the page, we're in the police department. First things first, we've got the replacement of 2 patrol vehicles. Patrol looks like 4 and 5. Those are in at $75,000 each. I want to explain that this is a more per vehicle than had previously been in the budget. And the rationale for that is a more complicated discussion with the police department has led to a greater understanding of the full range of equipment needs that need to be replaced when we replace a vehicle, and to be able to properly prepare a new patrol vehicle to be a complete patrol vehicle on the road from day one. We've got to, you've got to acquire the car. You've got to put the lights on it. You've got to have the radios installed.
Yeah.
You've got to have cameras on that vehicle. You need to have a mobile data terminal and computer in the vehicle, because our police officers aren't generally sitting in the police department conducting police work. They're out driving around. And so each vehicle is upfit now to be a mobile office. So they can write reports, do what they need to do out in the field while simultaneously patrolling the community. And so the full range of all the upfits is something closer, we believe, to 75,000. And so you can see the 2 patrol vehicles are each in there at $75,000. We are proposing a replacement of the tactical ballistic vests at 13,000. The board will recall from, it was probably just about a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago, we had a long discussion about the replacement of the police department radios, which had risen to an emergency level situation where radios are dying on us. So we authorized a partial purchase of this, and this $140,000, which is in the capital here for radio replacement, is going to cover the full transition of the complement of radios. Lastly, we've got 15,000 set aside to replace the PD server. Working down into public works. You'll see the replacement of HD11. This is a dump truck. You'll see that there's only $90,000 in there, and that's because the remainder of the purchase price was actually raised last year. As you can see, particularly when you look at the 25-year plan, it is not uncommon for us to break up the purchase price of a particular vehicle over multiple years. And that's one of the ways in which we, one of the tools available to us as we work to make sort of slower and consistent rise in the cost of replacing equipment and vehicles, rather than allowing the individual cost to spike and fall each year, right? We're trying to keep the sort of increase slow and steady for this whole list of equipment, rather than allowing for large spikes and falls in terms of the amount of taxes to be raised to replace this stuff. So we're not going to obviously be able to replace a dump truck for 90,000, but this is the last 90,000 needed to replace that particular dump truck. Moving down, we see HD 15 and 15A. And incidentally, these are actually all the same vehicle. This is what's called a VersaVac. The town has a VersaVac. And at one point in time, the VersaVac and the vehicle that transports the VersaVac were identified and put in here separately. But they really function more or less as one item, and it's one, fairly significant item. You can see that there's $100,000 set aside for the cabin chassis and $125,000 set aside for the VersaVac itself, with another $100,000 to be spent next year. The VersaVac is a piece of equipment that when you get to a catch basin, which is part of our sort of stormwater system, you can take the grate off, and the VersaVac will clean out that system to, it's basically a massive industrial vacuum that enables us to be able to maintain our stormwater system. And I believe I got that straight from Dan. If I'm saying anything wrong, please let me know. I'm getting
Thumbs
a
up.
thumbs up. That's good.
The truck is from 93,
Wow.
the International.
That is my belief based on this
Is
number.
that, when were you born?
That is 1 year younger than I was.
So,
The truck, the vac unit that's on the truck is from 2000.
Mm.
Built and put on a truck that we had, so the truck is a 93.
Yeah.
Going forward.
There's a little using something we had already. I guess sometimes it works out.
Going forward, we purchased one new unit that would include both.
One line item.
thank you.
Sometimes we're able to keep things going on a significant basis. The similar thing was with Utility 10 and the fire department. So.
Hey, can I ask a question as soon as we're here right now?
Sure.
So Versavac has 125 in for this year and 100 for next year.
Yep.
So
Things expensive.
Yeah.
So the Versavac isn't going to be fully purchased until next year, but given the timing to be able to have the truck ready, I believe our position, Dan, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that this would enable us to place an order for the vehicle and still work on the Versavac to be completed the following year. Did I get that right?
Getting the nod.
I'm getting the nod.
Okay.
And this 1993 truck, like Ian couldn't buy it from you guys for a nice price to commemorate how old he is.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a nice idea.
He'll ride around on Broad Street.
Are you from 1993?
92.
Okay.
Yes.
You're doing
Alright,
great.
I gotta be,
Thanks.
it's getting late.
Let's move on.
Great. You got a few more years in you.
That's it for the vehicles and equipment replacement. There's nothing in the recreation parks on this particular year. So, we'll move over to the 5-year capital projects plan. There's a couple of things going on here, and I want to start at the very top with the Brooks Memorial Library. As the board and the public may recall, a couple of years ago, we funded a couple of different projects at the library. One of which was the replacement of the second floor windows, and another was to shore up the soffits and to do a project to shore up the soffits and the eaves so that they tend to be, they're dropping stuff on the ground. And so we put that body of work out to bid and only got one bid, and it was significantly higher than we were able to afford. So we didn't move forward with the project. We've got the previously raised funds. I've done some work with Steve Horton, a project manager whom we work with often. And our belief is that with an addition of $55,000, we can get both of those projects funded. So this would be sort of supplementary funding to sort of help us get a couple of projects completed that we had hoped to complete by now. Moving down this list, we're into DPW, and here there's a couple of things going on. Street paving improvements, we show at 425, and you can see going out every year thereafter, it raises by $25,000. The board didn't direct staff to raise this, but I've been watching the board's activity over the years, and there's been a genuine concern raised each year about our ability to expand paving operations. And so we chose to show this as a slowly increasing cost over time. In fiscal 24, we're proposing 425,000. Last year, we contributed 400,000. So, and the same thing is true with sidewalk replacement at the lower portion of the DPW section. It's proposed to be 150 this year and increased by 25,000 each year. I think that's just sort of reading both the room and the public each year. More paving, improved sidewalks. So we have sidewalk replacement in there for 150,000. Working back up, we are going to continue the bicycle infrastructure. This is not something for which we have specific projects identified at this time. Rather, this is setting aside some money to be available, excuse me, so that when great ideas come out of the Traffic Safety Committee, We've got some money set aside to be able to make certain improvements. This line item went into the capital program last year for the first time. And you'll recall this particular funding of $20,000 was used as our match to a state grant to do the bike lanes on Western Avenue, which is something that'll be coming this next season. So we're proposing to continue that. The next two projects are really important and really interesting, and I want to highlight those. They are the William Street washout and the Melrose Bridge match of 10%. And the reason I want to highlight those two is because when we try and direct our use of fund balance towards projects that frankly just don't happen very often and come at us sometimes out of nowhere, that's what defines these two projects. Neither one of them is something we can, I believe, responsibly choose not to do. The William Street washout, this is a road that is collapsing on William Street behind the deli. It's been closed down to one lane, and there is other town infrastructure that is threatened by a washout at that location. We've got a estimate that we believe it's going to cost about $400,000 just to stabilize that embankment and to repair the road and to get William Street back up and operational. And so that's $400,000. The $515,000 is the town's obligation to the replacement of the Melrose Street Bridge. So this is on Western Avenue or Route 9. It's about a $5.5 million project, I believe, or $5.1 million project. I can tell you that, you know, the select board has had numerous discussions about this, identified a preferred alternative amongst a series of different alternatives presented to the board by VTrans. Chose an alternative, and the 10% match required of the town amounts to $515,000. I will also let the board and the public know that we worked for about a year to try and find ways around this, and frankly, they were not successful. We worked with VTrans, we worked with the state legislature, both in the House and in the Senate. We tried every possible thing we could think of. And we couldn't find ourselves a way around that 10% match. It is codified in state statute, and our obligation for that particular project was $515,000. You'll note those two added together are about $915,000, and the increase in the use of fund balance being $950,000. That leaves $35,000, which we propose to contribute to the library project. And so that's the way in which this increase in capital expenditures is offset by the use of fund balance, because we're targeting those sort of once in a, you know, out of nowhere major expenditures. With that, I'm going to say, are there any questions about this? Because then I'm going to turn it over to Carol and the team.
So cognizant of the time, what's that?
Okay, so Liz with a question.
Liz, you have a hand up? No?
No, never mind. Thank you.
Okay. Board members? No?
No.
Daniel? Okay, two things very quickly. I just want to point out to the public that the under the capital equipment replacement program chart, that the Brattleboro Fire Department expenditures for 2024, that none of this is anticipating or thinking about any kind of EMS discussion. These are all plans that were in place before this year, and are not looking at any kind of equipment when looking at that. This is just for, you know, BFD's maintenance of continuation of their equipment. And then the only other thing is, if the bicycle infrastructure line item in the town of Brattleboro capital project plan chart is new because we matched that state grant for the Western Ave bicycle lane I would prefer it to be more broad than just bicycles, personally. I don't know if it has to be just bicycles or like if it could.
Multimodal.
Multimodal, yeah, if it could be about like, you know,
Bicycle and
pedestrian.
Pedestrian?
Yeah, like, I don't know,
Walk.
something.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think it should just be bicycles.
Bike
Agreed.
master plan happening, right?
Yes.
And this would be a, you know, source that could be relied upon to make small scale
Yeah.
improvements,
Yeah,
right? You're not gonna redo a whole intersection with $20,000, but you might be able to, you know, hey, can we add a crosswalk here? Can we do a, you know,
Yeah.
this over there kind of thing? Add perhaps some of those flashing rectangular beacons.
Ooh,
FBs, the RFBs. RFBs.
RR.
Okay, so very cognizant of the time, so that, I would just like to have that renamed personally, board, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but, cool,
Delighted.
sweet,
I do have a
that's
quick
3 votes,
question.
yes.
I was just curious, Patrick, with some of the capital purchases that we made, surprise this year.
What's that?
What was
I'm trying to, I'd like to get the
Oh, yeah,
staff
come on
coming
up.
up forward, be ready to do the presentation, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
that's gonna be Carol, Steve, and Steven.
So with some of the surprise capital purchases this year, was there any like second glance in the long-term capital plan to see, oh, maybe we were being a little too optimistic with how long things would last?
Sure.
Or is it mostly just the same as?
So, for this particular year, I'll be honest with you, I think I focused much of our time and attention on the coming year with an idea that, should there be a change in the future in the town manager's office, and I would be able to have more time to work with our new finance director on, let's say, the out years to make sure that, hey, you know, maybe we should be, you know, not replacing something in 2036. Maybe it should be more like 2030 or 2034. That's something I would really like to take a look at. I think we're good for fiscal 24 for the year that we're talking about now. But I do want to take a closer look at the outer years. And I look forward to that.
Awesome. Thanks, Patrick.
So, gonna pass it over to Carol.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right. So Patrick did a nice job in kind of explaining how you come up to that and make it to FY 24. And you, as he nicely outlined, the other departments, there are several departments, several projects within the Recreation and Parks Department that are coming forward this year and categorized as generational improvements at Living Memorial Park. Have been working closely here with building consultant Steve Horton. Got Stephen Dotson in the wings over here, the sustainability coordinator, as we're looking at all these projects, so that we're just making sure that, you know, we're looking at all angles going forward with this project. And also part of the whole planning process, we have included conversations with Efficiency Vermont. So I'd like to take this next few minutes and march through what some of these generational improvements will look like over the next few minutes here. I want to start out, Stephen, I think, is going to put us up on the screen with giving you a little bit of background and history about what we're talking about here. The park was purchased in 1954 with war bonds, creating a living memorial to those who served in World War II. For generations, all ages have been going to Living Memorial Park to create memories, build new friendships, and learning lifelong skills. The 4 projects that we're going to be talking about here are, number 1 is the Nelson Withington Skating Facility, refrigeration upgrades, roof replacement, and building improvements to meet codes. Living Memorial Park building replacement of the building maintenance building, the Kiwanis Shelter parking improvements, and upper ball field lighting. We'll start out with the Nelson Withington Skating Facility. Built in 1974 and open in 1975. The Nelson Withington Skating Facility is a valuable winter recreation resource for adults, children, and families. It's home to the BUHS girls and boys ice hockey teams, the Brattleboro Youth Hockey Association, the Brattleboro Figure Skating Fundamental Skating Program, men's and women's ice hockey programs, public skating over 14 hours weekly. And before the pandemic, we were seeing upwards of 17,000 public skaters over the course of the season. We had 3 hours of stick time. We serve 10 area schools for winter sports. We have speed skating, and we host the annual hockey tournament and winter carnival activities. During the off season, this facility is also a very valuable resource for community special events. It's our indoor location for 8 weeks of our summer camp. And we also have indoor street hockey. And this year we added roller skating, which was very popular. So facilities become a year-round facility, benefit to the community. The first thing we're talk about is the refrigeration upgrade. And I'm going to take, as I said, we're going to talk about a little bit of history. In 2013, we had IB Story, an industry consultant, come in and take a look at our facility, and they made recommendation at that time to replace our current system. At the time, the board made the decision to repair the existing and continue on with the original R22 refrigeration. The R22 original refrigeration is technology from 1975. Over the years, we've had some replacement components. The R22 is what keeps our ice cold and goes through the components that we have throughout the facility. As of January 2020, R22 is no longer being manufactured. You can still be purchased, but it's no longer being manufactured. To just give you a little scope and time, in 2018, we were paying $13 a pound for R22. In 2021, we paid $37 a pound.
Do we buy in like post-Soviet republics or something? Sorry.
That's okay. The facility holds close to 900 pounds of R22. I mean, I would be remiss if I didn't speak about the environmental impact and the high toxicity of the R22 to our environment. I think that's a real important thing that really needs to be, brought forward here this evening. We want to make that transition to a natural refrigerant, going to something like a CO2 or ammonia-based system. We feel now is the time. I won't spend a whole lot of time on this next page, but that big number there shows you what it will cost and what some of the breakdown is for construction and some of the soft costs. Steve Horton is available here to answer some of those technical questions on the building portion of things, if you have questions at this time, or we can hold them for the end. The next component at the skating rink is the supporting components, adding an energy efficient lighting, condenser replacement, the replacement of the dehumidifier, which is over 25 years old, and upgrading the fire alarm system. The other piece that's, is the roof. It's the original roof from 1975. The roof was originally installed. It was just a metal roof. When the facility was originally built, as you can see here in this picture, it looks more like an indoor facility now. Back in 1975, the roof was there. The sides were chain link fence with a heavy duty tarp that went around to control the wind. Over the years, improvements were made, and with the improvements that were made, you see the low E ceilings. And some of the issues that we had throughout the duration was we were constantly getting condensation coming down onto the ice, and the staff, when showing up in the morning, were having to take down, we'd have reverse icicles. So in order to make the facility safe before using, we'd have to go out and get the Zamboni out there to take care of it. With making all those changes over the years, the indoor air conditioning, was different. And the condensation become an issue. You can see the condition of the roof. It's a 30,000 square foot roof. As I mentioned before, the moisture within the facility and the plan to replace the roof, we've looked at everything from replacing as is, replacing with 5 inches, and replacing with 10 inches. And doing so, Steve had a consultant come in and did a structural engineer come in and look at the facility and to say, if we were to add insulation, is it capable of handling that? The feedback that we have got back is we have good bones and it's in a solid condition. So
It was a bit more technical than that.
but at 10:30 at night, it's got good bones. As you see, we looked at options as good, better, best. Good meaning replacing the existing uninsulated, better replacing the roof with 5 inches of insulation. I'll let Steve can talk more technical on 5 versus 10 inches of insulation. Obviously, the best option would be to put 10 inches of insulation on there. But the better option is our recommendation in moving forward with this project. This project is not, it's more about the ability to contain the indoor condition and less on the energy efficiencies that we're going to, the energy benefits that we would receive by insulating the roof. Continuing on, another thing that I need to speak about on the roof is by putting that low E ceiling in there, we experienced rainfall where we shouldn't be experiencing rainfall. Granted, we're not having the reverse icicles coming up on the ice, but in the foot traffic area, when we get caught when it's with like raining outside in the indoor facility and freezing up in places it shouldn't be, as people are trying to, 1, walk to bleachers, 2, walk to locker rooms, and it becomes ice before you get on the ice. Moving on to, again, as I said before, what we're recommending is not the 10 inches, but we're recommending 5 inches at this time. And again, as we look at the options, not insulated, 5 inches of insulation, 10 inches of insulation. Again, we're recommending going with the middle of the road. On to the maintenance building. The maintenance building has been in the capital plan and cut out of the capital plan for numerous years. Double-digit numerous years. We are now at the point, as you can see in some of the photos, equipment is getting bigger and is unable to fit into the existing that we have. Currently, we have 2 buildings. We have one building that is a cinder block building built in 1972. The other is a wooden shed left over when the town purchased the property from the Clarks in 1954. Some of the equipment is, as I just mentioned, too large for the current door openings. We're in cram quarters. What you're seeing up here on the screen is all of our electric that basically is the heartbeat for the lower part of Living Memorial Park. It's all of our electrical source for the softball fields, for the ski lift area, and the parking lots and feeds over to the swimming pool. In those 2 buildings I just spoke about, we're trying to house 3 trucks, 3 mowers, 3 tractors, 2 mowers, trimmers, blowers, chainsaws, ball field trailers and equipment, seed, fertilizer, marking, field marking equipment, building paints and supplies, equipment and maintenance parts, power tools, hoses and hand tools and shovels and rakes and gas and diesel and the fiber, as I not only is the electric in there, but the fiber for Memorial Park and the skating rink. What we're proposing to solve this solution is through a 3,520 square foot wooden frame building. We looked again at many different options. We looked at a metal building. We looked at a full complete wooden building. What we're asking for here is a wooden shell, because down the road, we feel that we can add those additional rooms by using in-house labor and getting permits in future years. But we're just asking for a wooden building. And, you know, one would say, why aren't you looking at a metal building? You know, this is the main entrance into Living Memorial Park. This is, you know, something that this is our park. We need to have an aesthetically pleasing a facility that is harmonious with other activities and buildings within the park. Much like when the fire department chose a particular design for the West Brattleboro station, something that would mold well with the neighborhood instead of a metal building going up. I spoke about all of this. So these are the next couple slides are basically describing what the building would look like. As I just mentioned, we looked at metal building shell only, wooden frame shell only, and a wooden frame all inclusive. Again, we're recommending that we go with the middle of the road. Okay, moving on to Kiwanis shelter parking. This area, if we go back to that slide for one quick second, that is the parking for the Kiwanis shelter, and maybe we can get 5 to 6 cars in there. With that being said, the facility is open from mid-May until middle of October. We have over 30 rentals each season. We hold that facility can hold 150 people. Before the skate park went in, that was the overflow parking. Now we just can't have people driving down into the bowl and parking down in there. So, and also with the addition of the dog park, both of those additional facilities that we've added over the past few years have proven to be very popular. And when they became very popular, parking has become an issue. So we created one problem. We solved one problem, but we created another problem for ourselves. So what we'd like to do is increase the size of the parking lot to 7,200 square feet, 60 by 120. And this would include tree work, earthwork, and a finished gravel parking lot. We feel this would best serve our citizens. Okay, moving on to the upper field lighting. Everybody knows how popular softball is here in Brattleboro. We definitely have been on the rebound since COVID. There are over 30 men's softball teams that use the upper field. The current lighting system up there was installed in the early 80s. The urgency of this project comes from the direction of, as the ballasts are going, we're unable to find replacement parts for these items, for each of the lights up there. Not only that, these lights are 40 to 45 feet tall. The standard now out there is closer to 60 to 70 feet, meaning the height of the poles. And so with the 40 to 45 feet, you've got a low light ceiling. So that doesn't take much for the ball to go up, people to lose it. Then when it comes down, you don't even see it before it, it's probably in your face before it's in your glove. And, that's where the liability comes into play. Moving on, for that project, there's one thing, there definitely would be more efficient than the technology of 1980. The reality of this project, it's a $300,000 project. We're requesting $75,000 for this piece in these generational improvements, with the understanding that the balance would be raised through donations through the user groups, capital fund drive, and grant funding opportunities. I'm going to take that theme a little bit further as we look into the last page. We can't go forward in thinking that we asking for all these improvements and that's not going to come at a cost to the taxpayer. We certainly understand that. And with this project, we would anticipate that we would take out a bond. But that also would go, once we have a project, once we have an approved project, different doors will open up for us and opportunities will open up for us to apply for grant funding. Last year, we applied for some earmark funding. We were not successful because I was not able to say, yes, I have an approved project. So there's a difference between saying, yes, I've got an approved project, or yes, I got a great idea. Will you fund my great idea? Versus, yes, this project was approved by the select board. It was approved by representative town meeting. Now I can be more successful in grant funding. I can't sit here today and tell you I have this much money that I can raise, but I definitely will be moving in the direction, if this project goes forward and is approved. That's how we would help supplement, help offset the cost of this project. So in a nutshell, I know I am being cognizant of the time.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so you need a thumbs up now or thumbs down?
Yeah.
There's just one thing I would add. The last slide, wherever it was an estimated bond schedule from the Vermont Bond Bank. It was depicting a 20-year borrowing of the full $4.5 million. There is the possibility, if the board was so inclined, to split out some of these costs and to have longer repayment. That on some of the items, I would never suggest that we should have a payment longer than the usable life of a particular item. But for example, the roof at the rink is approaching 50 years. You could reasonably say, let's pay for that over 30, or maybe pay for that over 40. And so you could split it out into two different bonds with some of the shorter term items at a 20-year note, and some of the longer term items at a 30 or 40-year note. If the board was inclined, we could always pursue and take a look at those different options and see if that's something you wanted to consider.
Excellent.
And and I know you have in your packets on one of the slides that says skating rink roof building and code improvements. On the last line, on the last column, there is a lifespan of the various components that Steve was able to give us, where some of them are have a 25 years, some a 40 year.
Yes.
Yeah, so that, I think that's an supplementing what Patrick just said.
Excellent. Carol, thank you so much for the presentation. It's super helpful. This is a huge generational improvement that's being proposed. So I appreciate the detail. I think the board does too. So board members, I think questions now after hearing the presentation. I think obviously this is going to be something that we're going to discuss again. So it will more, if there's questions for staff to kind of bring additional information to us. I think for something this big, I would anticipate another discussion probably. But I kind of leave it to y'all. Liz, sorry.
Couple things. First, thank you, Carol. I happen to know that Carol is a whiz at getting grants, so I have every confidence in that. And I understand that each of these projects is worthy of merit. The first one about the chemicals, I think is in dire need to change. And I'm wondering, the environmental benefits of that are such that maybe we want to use the 4F fund for it. I think as board members should consider that either for that one or for the various options of the roof, because that was identified as, having some building better would be offset by this fund to have a greater R value, et cetera. So
Yeah.
I would like that to be in the mix.
Yeah.
And I think, I want to just drive home that in the years that I've been living in Brattleboro, the Parks and Rec are always the stepsister. Something's always more important. The police and fire and this and that. And what that relates to is, decades of neglect. And I commend Carol for once again identifying these very important needs that the residents of Brattleboro and the surrounding area use continually. I think she said something like 17,000 skaters use a skating rink last winter. So that's incredible. And I look forward to continuing this conversation.
Thank you, Liz. Other board members?
I'll say something.
Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick, I was just kind of taking a flip through the lifespan information on most of these lines, and I see that largely they're sort of 20 years or so, and there's one for 40 for the roof decking, maybe. So, I mean, maybe you could bring us back a kind of mix and match.
You bet.
Bond
No
term.
problem.
That'd be. I missed the kind of table setting for this, but we kind of heard about this project last budget season.
Yes.
Sort of in anticipation, and that was mentioned, I'm assuming. And I believe we got some information, probably back of the envelope kind of stuff about bonds and, terms and whatnot last year. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know.
So this
Been a while,
series of projects has been in the capital projects plan. It's been evolving over the last couple of years,
Yeah.
but that sort of evolution tightened up, I
Yeah.
would say, in the last 2 years, and in particular in the last year. The project scope was the same last year as this year. We did a little updating with Mr. Horton to update the numbers to the present day. But the scope of the project has remained unchanged since last year.
Yes.
And the bond schedule that we acquired from the bond bank was a month ago. Those are not, that's not a commitment. Those are anticipated terms.
Yep.
So.
Got it. And I just kind of want to add on to what Liz was saying. I think, hearing about some of the structures here having been at the property when we purchased it in 1954, right, is important to note. That is rare. We were kind of laughing about a 1993 truck earlier. Would we be so lucky that some of these structures are from 1993, right? So it's important to make investments across town infrastructure, and the department's going to need to do a good job of selling this to the voters. I believe the board has been sufficiently well informed thus far that, as I recall, we were kind of broadly supportive of this, and it's a lot of money, but it's a lot of work, and it's been a long time coming. So at this point, I'm very much in favor of pursuing it.
This would go as a separate article or articles before RTM, because it's would be bonds. And so this would be outside of the FY24 budget item. That's, every year.
Yep.
Yes. And if we were to do a bond schedule that was different for different items, would that necessitate them being separate articles?
Yes.
Okay.
You could break this up, you could do it all as one article, you could do it as multiple.
no,
articles.
no, but my question is more specific. So my question is,
Please, I'll listen closely.
yes, my question, I understand we can break it up if we want to, but what I want to know is if we were to break up the bond schedules, and do different bond schedules, would that require it being different articles because they're different bonds?
My belief, and I can confirm with bond counsel, is the answer is yes.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to be short. I was just, I wanted to know.
It's getting late, man. I get
Yeah. Tim.
Since we're on the bond issue, it would help me in making a decision about this to understand a little bit of the history of the net, the cost of bonds in the past few years. And to see how much it's gone up,
Okay.
how quickly it's rising.
Okay.
I mean, they're
So
pretty
like,
simple questions, just.
Bond rate history?
I want to, with 2020 hindsight, I want to understand like what it would have cost us if we had done this 3 years ago. What it would have cost us if we had done it 1 year ago. And what it will cost us if we do it now.
What about what will it cost us if we do it in 10 years' time? Because
That's gonna make you want to kick yourself, so I wouldn't go there.
You mean backwards? If you go backwards?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a good question.
Part of the reason I'm focused on this is that these have different priorities in my brain.
Different.
Yeah, I understand it's all like been scooped up for generational improvements. And I understand the idea of doing that and really the cleanliness of doing it in one big bond. But to me, they have different priorities. So helping me to understand like how much of a bath we're taking at this moment in time with the bond bank versus waiting, or say we had a magic time machine and we could have done it 3 years ago. It would help me place it in the context of the history of how we should address this.
So 1 year ago and 3 years ago?
I guess.
Sure.
Yeah. And magic wand, what it will cost us 5 years from now.
Finding out the historical interest rates for those
Yes,
years is not
it would help me.
too terribly hard.
That would help me.
Okay, Jess, yes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take the time to gush, but I really value what the rec department does. Gush. I think two things for me that would be helpful
Yep.
in the rest of the discussion would be, Carol, you mentioned there were other potential sources for funding. And so just potentially being explicit about what those sources are and how much they might be able to offset the final amount would be really great. I know you can't go after them until everything's all approved, but having those possibilities made a little more tangible would be helpful. And then also what the implications would be if we spread the project out over several years and built it into the long-term capital plan rather than doing it all as one united project this coming year. Or at least putting the money aside for that. I don't necessarily need the answer tonight, but that was something that I would love to have an answer to.
The one thing I would say about it tonight, just to be very quick, a couple of years ago, maybe in the 5 years ago timeframe, these were spread out over a number of years and they were consolidated with the idea that there was so much going on in one particular location for, well, we've got to have the rink roof and we've also got the rink refrigeration, but then we got the building over here. And it was sort of like, it makes more sense to throw these together and bond for them. I will say, it's also true that sometimes when we've spread things over a number of years, we don't find a way to get it done. So
yeah,
no judgment, just thoughts.
All right, we've got the sustainability coordinator lurking in the wings of the select board meeting room. Do you want to come up to the table?
I have a quick comment just because you brought up the fossil fuel free facility fund.
Yes.
I think that's a great idea in terms of utilizing that for projects like the refrigeration. But there is one slight hangup, and that's that you would need a tweak to that fund in order to spend it on that refrigeration project. It's not a fossil fuel project. with CO2 related emissions.
Right.
It's a refrigeration project with a chemical that's 1,800 times more powerful than CO2. So we want to get rid of it, right? So there's some other slight procedural changes that have been discussed with other departments regarding that fund. So I think you can expect staff to come back to you with some slight tweaks that could enable it to be applied to that or to other projects at a smaller scale, so that if we have small items to spend on and utilize that fund, it doesn't have to come before you every time for a trimmer, a blower, or a weed whacker to be turned into an electric version in the future, that kind of thing.
That's a cool idea.
So just highlighting that, it'll need some tweaking, but I do think it's an excellent use of that fund.
Cool.
What's in that fund?
I have a suggestion.
Okay, Daniel had his hand up first.
I think Liz is probably going to be following on from what Stephen said, so.
Liz.
228.
Yes, I just want to mention that fridge begins with an F.
Fair. Daniel.
Oh, Lordy.
I just want to kind of get in on the money end of things. So I'm just looking at the debt service, and I know that this is illustrative, but the debt service schedule, and also comparing it to our current debt service, previous actual and budgeted stuff that's in the FY24 budget. So the first kind of full year of debt service, we've got 414,000 roughly to be paid down. Our current budgeted amount for debt service is roughly a little over $1 million a year. And back in FY19, we were around about 1.4. So, over time, the amount that we're paying in debt service decreases, and then we bond for a new project and then gets added on, and over time that decreases. So this amount of borrowing that we're looking at here, I don't believe is like an irresponsibly large amount compared to our previous sort of debt service levels.
Was that the
I'm sure there's a little more kind of like nuance to all of that, but
That's a fair assessment.
yeah.
Was that the transportation center?
No, nope. A number of things have dropped off in recent years. Things that come to mind are finalizing the Honeywell project that got paid off. Oh, goodness gracious. I'll
Also,
go through more detail.
Yeah.
Well, I do want to point out that back then, when we were 1.5 or 1.4, we were pretty much in agreement, the board at that time anyway, that was way too much debt service.
Well,
So we were getting excited about being under $1 million.
yeah.
I'm really excited,
Yeah.
like people like me at least.
Yeah. Well, in FY25, maybe we'll get that, and we'll continue to have an agent structure that doesn't meet our needs.
I think at that point, okay, Liz?
I just want to mention some other things that Patrick brought up, like the new windows for the library, things like that. Those are all environmental benefits. And what Stephen said about the electric leaf blowers and so forth. I think that it is a very good suggestion that we tweak that fossil fuel fund to be more expansive and more applicable to the town's needs.
It's just only so much in that fund.
Yeah.
It's not.
So I'm gonna open it up to public participation at this point. If to our brave few who have remained. So I'll look to the room first, if there's anyone. On up.
On forever because of
No.
the time. Kate O'Connor from Brattleboro. I appreciate Carol. I was talking to her before the meeting started, and I appreciate all Carol does, all the rec department staff does. But I want to have you really think seriously about whether this is the year to do this. And I appreciated actually Patrick's, his first way back, an hour ago, when you were talking about the budget and being sensitive to the cost of living increases for town employees and balancing their need to get a cost of living increase with the town's ability to pay that. And I want to remind people that there are a lot of people in this town that are on fixed incomes. There are a lot of people who are low income. There are a lot of people, and I always hate it when you say a lot, or I know, but there are a lot of people in this community that aren't going to get any cost of living increase. There are a lot of people in this community that do not have employer-sponsored health insurance, who are, going to have to pay 11, I think it's Blue Cross Blue Shield, 11% premium increases. I think MVP is like 19% increases. So I really hope that you'll think about this. It's a great project. The question is this the time to do it? And I think part of the debt service we were talking about was for the police and fire construction that we were just talking about. And I don't mean this to sound like it's going to sound bad, but I don't mean it to sound bad. The skating rink is not an essential town service. It's a nice amenity. It's a wonderful place. I used to skate there. But at a time when we all were talking, again, about an hour ago, you all were admitting that things are going like this for people in the economy, and it ain't going to get better anytime soon. So I just hope that going forward, you'll be really sensitive to that and think about what people's ability to pay is and whether we really have that ability to do this. I also did some math. The skating rink is open 19 weeks a year, 14 hours for public skating. So we're talking paying $4.5 million. That's, or 3.5, whatever the interest payments are, for a facility that the public is open to the public for 266 hours a year. And there are 8,760 hours in a year. So
wait, give me those numbers one more time.
It's open for public skating 266 hours a year. 19 weeks times 14 is 266. And there's 8,760 hours in a year. I'd also be interested, and this is just a point of interest, would be how many unique Brattleboro residents use the skating rink? Because my other question is, and again, I don't mean to sound like I'm a jerk here or anything, but my other question is it up to the taxpayers of the town of Brattleboro to provide a skating facility to neighboring communities? The reason other communities come here is because their towns can't afford a skating rink. And I think we really, really need to think about whether we can afford a skating rink. It might not be forever we can't afford a skating rink, but is this the time to spend, the whole project together is about $6.5 million, including the interest. And I just want to make one little point. If we spread out the interest payments, if the bonds are not 20 and they're 30 and they're 40 years, it's going to actually be more expensive because you're paying more interest for longer periods of time. So if you're going to do it, don't spread the bond payments out, because it's just going to now balloon to a $10 million project. So I know this isn't going to be the last conversation we have about this. And I know the next time, because Carol, I was here in 2013 when we did not, I was on the board when we did not, because it was too expensive. And I can tell you what's going to happen to you folks, that next time you talk about this room is going to be filled with people who use a skating rink, their kids use a skating rink, and they're going to tell you how great the skating rink is. And I'm not here to tell you the skating rink isn't great, because it is great. But you're also going to have a room full of people who are not Brattleboro taxpayers. So that, I think, is the balance. Can we afford it right now? Is it up to the taxpayers of the town of Brattleboro to provide a skating facility to everybody else with no contribution from these other communities? How many unique Brattleboro residents use it? And we're paying a lot for a facility for 266 hours of public use. But again, I appreciate everything that Parks and Rec does, but please think about the people in this community that are having a hard time affording things. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Kate. Carol wants to respond, and I would say, and I'm just going to respond really quickly. I think the only one thing with the calculation for the hours is you don't incorporate any of that, the summer hours that it's used.
No, I'm talking about the refrigeration. The project is for refrigeration.
Yeah, but it's more than just the refrigeration. It's also the roof. And they were saying it was raining into the
Building
building because the roof is bad. And that's in the summer because it rains in the summer, it doesn't snow, that kind of thing, So anyhow, Carol.
So I wouldn't want the mindset to be out there, this is only about public skating. I think it's important to realize the whole complete umbrella that we have 36 plus hours of user group rental time, which is high school hockey, girls the girls program, the boys program, youth hockey, which is, several hours for them, but that's inclusive in those 36 hours. The men's hockey groups, the women hockey groups, the co-ed groups, the stick time, the 12 winter sports schools that have winter sports programs. I'm dealing with 12 different schools that are in there, 150 kids a day, 5 days a week. I mean, so I think it's just those 10 to 14 hours. And that is, like, I think it's good. You gotta look at the whole big picture, because there's many users, and hockey players are residents as well. Yes, there might be some non-residents, but there is a non-resident fee that each of them do pay. So if I lived out of town and my daughter played ice hockey, I would have to pay additional on top of what a Brattleboro resident would have to pay. So I just wanted to let you know, it's not just public skating hours, it's all those rental hours that we have as well.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Daniel?
I just want to follow on real quick. So I know it's getting late. Carol, the schools that use the facility, they pay us for it?
They do.
I thought they did.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
the high school, certainly the high school rents the time, they're in there several hours a week. But all those school groups that use it for their winter sports program, they're paying
Yep.
per child and for the
That's what I
rentals as
think.
well.
Can we get those numbers?
Excuse me?
Can we get those numbers?
Yeah, you want a number of,
No, not right now. I mean,
Right.
just
yeah, but the number of,
What's in their
how
revenue
much,
for
how
the
much
budget?
does the town make from non-Brattleboro resident use and group use
At the skating.
at the skating?
How much does this?
okay, so I don't know that okay. The non-resident piece is difficult to pull out for public skating, but I'll see what I can do for that and get the
Oh.
numbers.
I assume that's fairly minimal. I'm kind of, with all that other use, with school use and all that stuff, isn't that a better source of revenue?
Yeah, I can
than-
give you the list. I can
I
give
think, yeah, a breakdown of all the revenue that comes from the,
where it comes from.
yeah, that would be very helpful, I think.
Sure.
Okay, I think I've got a hand up on Zoom.
Yeah, so first we had Ricky Rosati.
Yep, Ricky?
So I'm probably going to need the 2 minutes before yielding my time. I don't know why I'm trying to start my video, but it's saying that the admin isn't allowing me to start my video.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I was taking notes about how I would feel less overwhelmed by how extremely frustrated I feel by several administrative changes. I was waiting to join the meeting by phone for over 15 minutes. And so I would appreciate if you would please check the phone waiting room at least every 5 to 10 minutes, and to enable participation by warning the meetings with the *9 instruction for people that aren't calling, so that they know that they need to dial that so that they can raise their hand by phone so that they can be called to speak on. And I would appreciate a motion to end the budget meetings by 10 p.m. at the latest, because staying up this late to fulfill my duty as an elected representative is totally unhealthy and ineffective and non-productive to work. We shouldn't have to be staying up this late to be included in the preparation for the annual representative town meeting. And I would appreciate if the schedule for the budget presentations were sent to all the representatives, because the schedule I asked to receive, as far as I understand, it was only sent to the select board members, and there were no follow-ups of updates sent to me either for the changes of who was going to present when. And
Ricky,
what?
this is not really on topic for the item that we're talking about.
Waiting for 30 minutes to talk, and I'm not going to have another chance to. So I do have more points about the Parks and Rec budget.
Well, then, if we can talk about those points, and then
Way stations, and the signage that they have. I've been asking them to have a meeting with me about like the cost for that for several months, and they haven't responded to any of my questions. So this is the one chance I have to ask them about that. And if they included in their budget to start raking the leaves in the downtown park by Malfunction Junction earlier in October, so that people with mobile differences can access that park still, because it's like there's so many leaves there, it's really hard to get through it.
Okay.
Can I just say that right now, the agenda item that we're on is around the capital stuff. And so we were just hearing about generational upgrades at the Memorial Park. We're gonna have a whole session on the Parks and Rec budget in general. And I would also imagine that like Carol and her staff are pretty amenable to you coming down and meeting with them to talk about these things at, you know, at your leisure.
Well, rather than going on your feeling, which is an assumption, which isn't the reality of how I've asked to have a meeting with them and they denied me that for several months. It's like they were presenting their budget, and so like my questions were about their budget.
Yeah,
But
no,
we're
I
not-
hear you. This isn't the.
We're
Rec
not
and Parks
talking,
budget.
but we're not talking about Rec and Parks budget right now.
They
That's-
were presenting their budget for the parks.
No.
We're not. We're talking about capital improvements, and Recs and Park have one of the items that's in the capital is within the Recs and Park.
So capital doesn't include the signage that they maintain, or the dogway stations, or the raking of the parks.
That would be all timely in the Rec and Park budget discussion, which is, do we know which meeting that is? December 6th, Ricky.
Oh, that'll be a fun one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Dick,
Let's move on.
Been up this late in years.
Same.
I want to go back quickly. I know we're talking about capital, but Patrick said a couple of things 2 hours ago. One, and you talked about it when we were talking about the fire truck, you were quick to comment on this isn't rescue. And Patrick in his revenue presentation talked about losing $48,000 of revenue from
police
dispatch. And I'm wondering why you would take that out when there hasn't been a decision made. Already.
No, Dick.
They made
Okay,
that
I can
decision.
explain that to you.
Yeah.
So that was Rescue made that decision. They chose to move their dispatch services to.
Okay, so I'm
Yes.
glad you clarified that.
Yes.
And then the other thing, when you talked about the 1% rooms and meals tax, I mean, I think this year brought in 1.4 mil. And I think that there's definitely room for you to increase that number, both on the rooms and meals and the sales tax. Instead of, I think you have it in there for 70,000 for the sales tax and 75,000, I think, for the rooms and meals tax, if I can remember. But I definitely think those can go up, because I think those are really conservative, and we've always been conservative.
Yeah.
And other than 1 year, we've really knocked the ball out of the park. And so what ends up happening to that money, it goes into the surplus fund, and the taxpayers are paying more money. So you really got to work to bring that up. To Carol's project, this is definitely a project for ARP money. And I'm not saying that you should use it all, and I don't know, what is the total amount you have in ARP money?
3.7.
2.7.
2.6 or 7.
3 points, what is it?
7.
3.7 mil.
2.7.
2.7. And so I think a significant, not all of it, but a significant contribution would go a long way here. And to go and affect this, along with whatever, I mean, the funding that Liz was talking about, whatever that is, to bring this project down significantly with contributions from those two funds, and what else Carol can get for grant funding would go a long way to making this pass. Now, I scooted out and had a quick conversation with our wonderful finance director. And the debt service for this project doesn't hit until 2026, which nobody talked about. And so when you were looking at the debt service line, I think from the finance director's comment, the first year there would be a heavy load because there's one adding this $400,000 if that's where we are, and I'm hoping that's going to significantly drop. So that first year it would be a heavy bump, but after that, we would be able to handle that debt service much better. And so the reality is Kate made some very good points, and I don't disagree with her. I mean, this is an expensive proposition, but I do know that from my point of view, being a former select board member, and Kate too, I mean, we're both former chairs, that property is significantly used all year long. And I think what needs to be said is that we're fortunate as a community to have a piece of property that brings, people from outside the community come and use it. And you know what they do? They stop and eat, they stop and shop. And so there's a benefit to it. But I also know that when we're talking about cost, and we spent a lot of discussion here about the COIA cost and so when you're a Social Security member, you'll pay closer attention to that COIA.
I don't know
When
if
it's only
that'll exist.
1.2% raise. And last year, Patrick, it was 5.9. And I'm not sure what you had inserted into the budget, but that was with the COIA increase last year. So for Carol's project, I would totally get behind it if you guys are going to come up with some ARP money to bring that down. And throwing $1 million at this project is money well spent. That's definitely going to benefit the taxpayers of our community. And when I'm looking at this budget, I'm going, wow, because you're not even figuring in what the human service budget's going to be. All that add-on adds to the bottom line, and you're looking at what, 3.5%? Is that the number I think you said early? And so,
Yes, sir.
yeah, and so when you add in all these other things that happen at town meeting, and the next thing you know, we're up at 5%, 6%. And people need to understand that's the impact, the significant impact, especially this year, with everything being so high that, again, I don't disagree with Patrick with everything he said. So you guys are the gatekeepers and you got a tough job. I'm glad I'm not sitting there this year.
Yeah.
I really am not. And Carol made a great presentation, although I've never heard a bad one. So I strongly hope that you consider the ARP money and the other funding and to bring that number down significantly before town meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, Dick. Yeah, I'd like to, I always love when I get to say, I agree with Dick on something. And I actually really do believe that we should have another discussion about the projected meals and rooms and 1%. I feel like I kind of feel similarly about this, like we are conservative in that prediction every time. And we always hit above, and it's better to be conservative. I get that, but it means that we're budgeting with that more conservative number every year. And so I would really like to see sort of, I guess we have that data. I'd like to just flag it for further discussion and really consider trying to get it more on point.
Liz has her hand up.
Yes, Liz, sorry.
Thank you. The other thing, it's not just ARPA, but there's infrastructure money. And a lot of this federal money that trickles down from the state is dependent on, as Carol pointed out, having a real project. So you can't say now how much would be eligible, for infrastructure funding, but if you had a real project, it makes it easier.
Yep. And I see we have Franz Reichsman, his hands up. Franz.
Yeah, here I am. Franz Reichsman, District 2. Well, I got a comment on process and then a fairly simple question, I think. One of the beauties of Robert's Rules of Order is that before there's discussion, there's a motion, and that helps the chair more clearly define what is germane to the discussion. And I think that could sometimes help with the length of the meeting and focusing people's comments a little bit. My question is, with this R22 refrigerant, how much is actually used every year? Is that something where you have to replace, some predictable number of pounds of refrigerant every year? Then I also wonder what happens to it when you discontinue the system using R22. How is it disposed of, and what are the greenhouse gas effects of that disposal process?
So, as mentioned before, it's about 900, the system holds about 900 pounds. We have, over the past couple years, have experienced some leaks and have addressed them with some seals. There were some seals that were leaking, that we've addressed those. We've installed some sensor systems now. So when there is a leak, there's a notification process. So when we replace the system, it would be a wholesale system. So everything would go out and all new components would come in. So what they would do, they would pump out all of the R22 out of the system. So for example, this past, when we closed the compressors down this past March, just for precautionary purposes alone, we pumped the entire 900 pounds out of the system and then pumped it back in. Well, not the town, but every refrigeration contractor pumped out the 900 pounds and then pumped the 900 pounds back into the system before we charged the system to make ice this fall.
Francis.
Speak to the life cycle too, if you want. It is like any other kind of material that's collected by special organizations that process it and secure it so it doesn't escape into the atmosphere. And that's part of what any HVCR technician knows to do, and working with AC units, fridges, ice rinks in this case. So that's just part of the process. It's a standard piece, and then it's kept in a place where it can't escape into the atmosphere.
Oh, good. Thank you. But I also asked how much is actually used up every year. I mean, assuming that if it continued to use the R22, Carol referred to some leaks, and I'm just wondering how much of the R22 is actually entering the atmosphere during a normal course of operating the system as it is now.
In theory, it should not be entering the atmosphere. So there is, there's a certain amount of, with the technology in the system, there's a certain amount that is just, I guess you would call it, dissipates within the system.
Sure.
And on a normal year, we might have to add, a few pounds, under 50 pounds. But the last couple of years, when we experience the system is older, and we've had issues, we've lost more. But again, we put a fair amount of money into the system to ensure that did not happen.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Franz. Okay. I think at that point, we can obviously we will table this discussion and we will bring this back up again later on in the budget process. Carol, thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will, at my December 6th meeting, I will bring the breakdown of the revenue as net from the various groups, from the best to my ability as far as being able to identify what's coming in from non-residents.
Do you, or Patrick, do you anticipate this coming up in the December 6th meeting as well? Or because it's capital, it won't come up again until after?
It can come up at whenever you choose for it to come up again.
Okay.
We can bring it up on the sixth. We can wait and see what the sixth agenda looks like.
Yeah,
And
that
do you
sounds good.
want to revisit this then? I'm guessing we're going to revisit it in additional detail before we're done.
Yeah,
But when that happens,
okay,
you let me know.
cool.
Yes, I'll have that additional information. I'll bring it to that meeting, have that available.
Excellent. All right,
Whether we're discussing it or not, I'll have it available.
thank you.
Thanks, Carol.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the DBA has been waiting around. And I appreciate their patience. So we're gonna move on to agenda item, new business agenda item AE, which is the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance budget and annual work plan. And I believe Kate and Greg are gonna.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. My name's Kate Traskis. I am the new executive director of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. I think I've met everyone in the room. Liz and I have not officially met yet, so I'm looking forward to that. And I am presenting our FY24 budget that was approved unanimously by the DBA board on October 19th. And also approved by the membership through reaching a quorum in a digital vote. We tried to hold our annual meeting, did not have a good turnout, and so referred to the bylaws for the online vote. So you have all of the information. I'm not asking for an increase. I'm looking at the same amount as last year from the DID property assessment.
Great.
Would be happy to take any questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Board members, questions, comments?
Okay.
I'm not looking to you, Tim.
It's
specifically.
okay if you don't have any at all.
What is the amount? Can you just give us
Sure.
the-
So the amount has remained consistent for the last several
as I say it, I'll have it
years.
on the board.
And is 80,000.
80,000, yep. Okay. I'm just looking to see if there's any hands.
Sure. We really appreciate the work the downtown group does and all of the events and the positive vibes that you spread all across downtown Brattleboro. Positive vibes. That's what I got at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, it's a little late. Things are getting sloppy. I'm just looking at the bit in the ordinances about the downtown improvement district, because when Ian and Patrick and I were working on the agenda, I was like, what is our role in this, right? Because you guys have a board, right? Your board met and discussed this budget and, you know, and so maybe Patrick or maybe Kate want to just kind of like remind the public about like what our actual role in ordinances.
So sort of off the cuff, what I would say, the select board's role is to do a couple of things, to review the work plan for the DBA, because it is the Brattleboro Select Board that is actually, and representative town meeting eventually, but it's the Brattleboro Select Board that passes on the decision to, shall we, you know, raise $80,000 for in taxes in the downtown improvement district. And so it is your decision whether or not that gets added to the warning for representative town meeting. And it's representative town meeting that decides whether or not to impose the taxes on the property owners within the DID. So whereas the existing downtown organization is responsible for coming up with a work plan and proposing a budget, it is benefiting from the town's ability to tax property owners. And thus your role is to feel comfortable with the work plan and the budget being proposed as something worthy of utilizing our taxing authority.
Okay.
And I would just add that the town benefits from the DBA as the organization so that we are a designated downtown through the state, which then opens us up to a lot of funds and grant opportunities.
Okay. sometimes I'm like bothered by like when we're like requiring, you must come before us and like, you know, we must sign off on something. And like, sometimes that feels like micromanaging. And I guess sometimes it's because it says so here.
Well, I would call it a symbiotic relationship.
Sure.
Because certainly they couldn't exist without our blessing to be the designated downtown
Yeah.
designee, no, organization. And they need us because we have the authority to help them raise their funds
Okay.
through taxation.
Yeah.
Well, I
I
guess
guess
it's fair to say it's symbiotic, and we certainly have a responsibility to keep them on the correct path.
right. I guess this select board member feels that the DBA is a pretty established body at this time and that has been proven to be competent. And I want to just leave them do their work.
Thank you.
So would that but maybe be a modification of the warrant or warrant article or
That's a
Yeah.
spicy question. Let's put that on the flag list.
What?
Do we?
I didn't even.
I mean, that would, I think that would require an ordinance change, because I just read the.
Oh, it's
ordinance.
actually in the ordinance.
Yeah.
Never mind then. Never mind.
Charter.
Take it. Yeah.
So the Charter Review Commission could consider.
Liz
sort of thing.
I understand. Tim's got.
I have an actual, it would be super helpful to me to at least see last year's so that we can see any changes.
Last year's budget to this year's budget.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, I don't know if we've got that in the past.
That's
but I
actually
think-
what it says in here,
Oh,
What?
in the
Oh,
ordinance.
that we need to have last year's and this year's.
Mhm.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The
But anyway.
presentation shall include at minimum the DBA's approved work plan budget, a proposed means of measuring qualitative and quantitative progress towards its goals in the prior fiscal year's financial report.
There you go. Aren't I smart?
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Welcome.
But is there any major changes you'd like to tell us about? Or, I mean, is it all locked as it was the previous year?
So we are pretty much, I mean, the numbers have pretty much remained the same, yes. The thing that I am looking to do is to move from, I keep kind of talking about how the DBA was in a entrepreneurial startup kind of phase. And as you've mentioned, we're really a much more established organization now. And so to build out a sustainable future for the DBA, I'm looking at redoing our membership and sponsorship structure to better align the costs and the benefits associated with. You know, a lot of our, you know, we have the 80,000, but the remaining funds is all fundraised grants, donations. And so rather than dialing for dollars, which is kind of what we do now per program, I would love to have a more solid foundation of money to begin the year to plan with. So that's one thing I'm looking at doing. I'm also really interested in taking a look at our website and updating that. Programmatically, though, I think that most things are remaining the same.
Does that include gallery walks?
Mhm.
Yeah. So it's 20 grand last year.
No, actually, last year was 47. We had a grant for $30,000 last year. It's for mostly for marketing and promotion. So one of the things with Gallery Walk 2 that I'm thinking about is that, and we've seen the community is now coming to us saying, recognizing the vibe and the platform that we're providing. And so coming to us and saying, can we show up in this way? Can we do this thing? So I think the DBA can curate that experience, but also really be more collaborative and in partnership with other organizations that want to be present at the event.
Liz.
Good evening, Kate, Greg. I want to applaud the DBA and the chamber. I guess it's the DBA that runs the Gallery Walk now, because it's far and away a really great event. And I think you can see what it adds to the town. But I want to get back to that philosophical discussion that our board members were having a minute ago. I mean, the select board has a role as the governing body to work with you and the people whom we will be taxing on your behalf. And I understand that you had a vote, and was that well participated? Did your members all vote?
No. So we had our quorum, which was 20, but that is really low. So what that says to me, again, with the membership program, is needing a much more engagement with that group. And so clearer understanding of the benefits of membership and working to build that out.
Because in theory, your membership agrees to be taxed. You bring this program to the governing body, and then we bring it to the town meeting, and it is all agreed that that revenue should be taken from the governed and given to you for your use. And it seems like a workable system to me, and I don't know why the select board members wouldn't want to continue to further that program. That's all.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
So
I have a question for you, Ian.
yes.
And maybe you, Daniel, Mr. Ordinances. Can we make this motion tonight? Or do we need to wait until we have a financial report?
So now that we've got on the
Oh, I
record
see.
that, and
Yeah,
it's a good
last
that's on the
year's.
record. So because we're not in compliance with the ordinance based on what's presented in the backup material tonight, we're not going to be able to vote on it. And, but what I will say,
I get to
is-
come back?
well, I was going to say, what we'll do is we will put it at the very beginning of the agenda. Maybe I can even convince my fellow member of the agenda setting committee that we put it on consent, depending on how it looks.
Yes.
But no, I don't think the select board can vote on it because it doesn't have what's required under the ordinance.
Well, I would say I'm a little surprised to hear this, honestly.
Are you serious? What?
Yes, I am serious.
You read the ordinance?
I read the ordinance, and I gotta say, like, I bet in previous years, we might not have got every single thing that was on that document. And maybe that was the first time some of us have even looked at the detail in that ordinance. So
Well, I didn't know about the ordinance, but I do remember.
You know,
previous years we've.
But
got-
Daniel,
We've gotten the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you looked at it and you read it out loud.
sorry.
into the
Yeah,
mic.
no, it's really clear. The past precedent of doing something wrong.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Justified.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, look, that wasn't my intent.
That's all right. What we call it,
Apologies.
sloppy handoff.
Yeah,
Fine,
sloppy hand.
fine.
It was messy. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
so I'll take,
noted for the record, never like read actual.
Well,
town
I mean-
policy and then try to apply it.
If you hadn't said that, I might ask them to provide that so that we could have a
Yeah.
complete look at the budget
yeah.
and come back to us, right?
Do you disagree at all with that? My
Bold move.
thought.
You honestly want my answer to that?
Yes.
Yes.
I would say two things. One, I'm not the town attorney, but it's your ordinance and it is a product of the select board's decision. I would say very much like the very next item on the agenda. The select board has already passed a parking ordinance that says we're gonna have parking between Monday through Saturday between these hours. And so the action you would be taking in the next instance is very much saying, hey, look, we're gonna potentially make a decision to not do that.
Oh.
Not by going through an ordinance change process, but by sort of directing staff about your intentions. So while I am not the town attorney, I would think you could say, based on what has been submitted, hey, let's remember to have the complete package next time, but you know, in light of what we've been presented, we're satisfied and we're willing to move forward. That's just my perspective. Take it for what it's worth.
Yep.
Okay,
I want.
so I think that that's a fair counterpoint. I disagree. So we can just vote. on it if we want to, but yeah, I think that the next warrant agenda item is pretty explicit that we're gonna do some counter to the ordinance, and that's like why it's, like, that's how it's warned. This one, you know, we read the ordinance out loud, we know what it requires, so we probably should comply with it.
I did not want that. I'm not trying to pick a fight.
No, me either. I'm not.
I would love to receive the financial report, put it on the consent agenda for next meeting, and if Tim has any questions.
I can pull it.
And we'll
Well-
put it at the beginning of the agenda, not the end.
So if
Yeah,
we're gonna
and if we
be,
do pull it, we'll put it at the beginning.
if we're gonna be picky about it, I would love to receive everything that's in the ordinance. And I would love to
There-
comply with
it's-
all pieces of
It
that
is,
ordinance.
it's there.
I agree.
It's in there. The impact report is there.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
it's just
the- Programmatic information is there.
Okay, so could we have a copy of that ordinance sent around all 5 of us plus DBA leadership so that everybody is exactly on the same page about what's expected to be in that presentation? Because you know, there's a bunch of stuff in there, and there's some stuff about process as well. So if we're gonna choose to like, okay, we gotta comply with every little piece of this, then let's really comply with every little piece of it.
I agree.
Or let's say this seems fine based on everything we know about this organization and our pretty long history with them.
No, that's fair too. I mean,
You know, all we're doing here is placing something on the warning for town meeting to consider. Town meeting is welcome to review all of these documents.
But arguably, the town
Well-
meeting doesn't have the
Yeah.
all of the things that the ordinance calls for in the backup material because it wasn't.
I'm sure they'll be provided in time.
That's a good point. too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Fine.
The reason why you're on our agenda at 11, PM in the evening is because we have too much work to do right now. And Ian and I cut this agenda down from its original draft to get to where we are today. So I do not want to add another thing to another agenda that we do not need to add. I think we should just vote on it now and pass it.
Okay,
Then make
so
a
let's just
motion
get a straw poll here. How do we feel? Do you guys want to just vote on it now?
No, I want to see the previous, it's a very
Liz.
simple thing.
Yeah. Liz?
I thought you wanted a straw poll of who wanted to vote on it now.
And I'm asking you, yeah,
Yes,
Jess?
I would,
You want to vote on it or not?
I would prefer it on the consent agenda at the next meeting.
I would prefer. it.
Great.
I'll open up to public comment. Dick?
Never.
Patrick gave you a history, but he didn't go back far enough. The town used to support BABB, and then the legislature made a change, and it said, well, you can tax people in the DID district. And so the town escaped funding where they were taking CDBG money and giving it to BAB. And now that funding falls on myself and the 84 other buildings that are in the DID district. There is an ordinance that governs the process which that budget comes to you. So if you don't like BAB, you have the authority to say, you know what? I think we want to get BDCC as our downtown designee. They're your designee. That's the thing that the board seems to forget, is that they have a process to come to you because you picked that organization. Now, they've changed their name and you've never changed organization, but you have that option to do that. And the question you have to ask Kate is, was the process followed to get to that budget to bring to you tonight? And if it wasn't, then you say, we can't take the budget. We didn't follow the process. I'm very concerned about only 20 people voting for that budget. And I was the 20th person and I never saw the budget. And so I voted yes. And I'm not happy with the budget, but that's not a discussion that I'm going to have with you, but I'm going to have with them. But if you're not going to follow an ordinance, then get rid of it and get rid of the DID. and I agree with you, there's a process to follow, let's follow it. And if anarchy rules, then why do they even come with their budget?
Yeah.
Just say, okay, we're gonna put this funding on and you're not gonna review it and question it.
It's twice in a night. I agree with you.
There we go.
Yeah, I don't, and yeah, I definitely don't mean like it in a mean way at all. Just
Yep.
that,
Got it.
yeah. I think you spoke a little bit to the process of the approval of the budget.
Mhm.
You know, Dick's kind of asking whether it was done like legally within the procedure of,
Right.
yeah.
So I
speak to
was
it more.
hired on my first day was September 12th. I was in the ordinance, it says to have the annual meeting in the month of September. Not possible. I don't believe it was held in the month of September last year either. So if we, you know, I don't know how much you want to go down that. I don't know. So was the process to the letter this time around? No, it really wasn't, because of the hastiness in which coming here.
Okay.
Did I attempt the process? Yes, to the best of my ability.
Well, I mean, that's why I use the term symbiotic, to be honest, because it's a beneficial to both the organization we represent and the organization that you represent. Both of us at least follow the tradition of the ordinance that's been established.
Yeah.
It's really not that hard what we're asking for.
No,
Really, super easy.
Okay,
And we can accomplish it very quickly next meeting.
yeah.
Great.
Cool. Okay, so we'll move on from that for now. And we'll move on to agenda, new business item AF, holidays, free parking December 2nd and 3rd. Is that going to be Greg?
Yeah. I'm happy to answer any questions about, I don't know if you all know about.
Yeah.
The Holidays, Holly Nights program. Would you like to hear a brief snapshot? The Holidays, Holly Nights is a retail and dining promotion that was begun. We're now in the 4th decade of doing it. The chamber. It was actually created by merchants who are still in business today. Woody at Burroughs is one of those people. Ralph at the Shoe Tree is another one. There are others around town as well. I think Missy and Dick were part of that as well. So the way it works is businesses offer deals to customers during the holidays, Holly Nights weekend. It's on a flyer that's inserted in newspapers. It's promoted on the radio. Vermont Public is also one of the places where that gets promoted. And it's really designed at the heart of it, I think from its inception, was to create a promotion of shopping local. And really trying to support our local businesses, our local restaurants, getting people who live in Brattleboro to come into town and do some shopping, do some dining, support our local merchants. And now we're attracting other people as well from other communities, from Greenfield and from Keene and Northampton and so forth. So it's become a big promotion. And it's been growing. Last year I had 31 businesses participating, and this year I have 46, and some of the cost is underwritten by businesses, banks, and so forth who pay extra to support the effort. So my quest here tonight is to try and get ideally I would love to have free parking offered to the public for Friday and Saturday. I could be happy with just Saturday if that's what it comes down to. But what I think it would be a really nice gesture to offer to the businesses and to offer to the community. This particular season is really the time when a lot of the merchants are able to get out of the red and into the black, and it's really supportive of that. And I think it would just be a nice gesture to show that. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Greg. Board thoughts?
Yes.
Yes, Jeff?
I think because we're seeing such success with the room meals and sales tax,
And that's such a great boon to the town, more than the, what is it, $30,000 or $3,500 it might cost us to offer this. I think we should easily be able to say yes to both Friday and Saturday. And I think it would be a positive gesture to support businesses who have been having a hard time with what's going on downtown recently.
Daniel,
Saturday.
Saturday.
You know,
Or I'm sorry, actually, Liz has her hand up first.
oh, darn it.
I didn't hear what Daniel said. He said Saturday.
I said Saturday. I could expand, but it's late.
Okay. Well, I agree with Jess. I'm a big supporter of holidays, and I think that the merchants step up to offer discounts and get people into town, and we should do our part by giving them 2 days of free parking.
Yes.
Okay, Tim?
So, I was a definite no when I walked in here. I think given your, I mean, you waited a long time for this moment.
That's the barrier. I mean,
Yeah, totally. So I'm definitely in favor of the 1 day. The 2 doesn't make sense to me just simply because you have the tree lighting on Friday, right? It's a normal work day for most people. I don't get that part of it. I know that a former town manager was trying to be generous, but that's a former town manager. And, you know, we have a lot of pressures here. This is a enterprise fund that we have, and we don't have a rental right now. We're down a lot of money on this account. And so literally what this equates to is taxpayers giving away $2,000 or whatever it might be. Well, that was the estimate.
ratepayers.
Oh, sorry.
Fee payers.
Fee pairs, they could be from.
No. I mean, because we have to make up,
Oh,
we generally make it up with tax money. What we don't make here, if we have a shortfall, that's what happens. It gets transferred from the general. So, you know, it's a gift and it's a recognition of all the great work you do. And that's why I'm in favor for Saturday. My only question is, you know, parking meter, people really hate to, they love to hate on parking, paying for parking, right? The other function it has is that it encourages people to move their cars away from shops. And so other people can park there and go to the shops. So it provides turnover downtown. Is that a concern? Are you going to have some of your members like not really happy that a set of cars can stay there all day without having to worry about? Or are we going to also somehow enforce rules on turnover of parking?
Personally, I don't think that's going to be a big problem. From what I hear from the merchants, they would be very excited about something like this.
Okay. I mean, given that, I support Saturday, but I think too, you know, that balance of like giving away town money that's why I only support 1 day.
And I live for the 11:30 swing vote.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
You love this.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
why you always say chime in last, right?
Yeah, no, it's 'cause I'm chair. Friday and Saturday. So, yep, and it's because I want to support downtown businesses. There's been a lot of discussion about the downtown recently. Also, I was just talking about how I want to increase our estimates on how that kind of business supports the town in rooms and meals. And I think a second day, and it's Friday night, and it's like that shopping for the holiday season. Makes a lot of sense to me.
You know,
and it's gallery.
but you know that like most people who are parking in town on Friday are parking there to go to work. Right? And parking enforcement finishes at when? 6? 6. So by giving away free parking on Friday, you're not really like, I don't think you're really kind of like looking at the same population that's coming to events that are for tree lighting and dinners. You know, Saturday makes a whole lot of sense to me. But Friday, whatever. I mean, you guys, I could care less at this time of night. but
Okay,
It just seems silly.
could I make a motion?
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, yeah, I apologize. Yeah. And I've actually got a hand on Zoom too. So Dick first.
This is a great gesture, and I can understand after 2 weeks ago that the board wants to support the business district. But the reality is in free parking, it's like Sunday's free parking. Now, I own a business that backs up to Harmony parking lot. Now, when I go in Harmony parking lot on Sunday morning, there's 30 cars there. And there's 30 cars there at noontime that haven't moved since whenever. So there's free parking from 6 o'clock on Saturday. And so when you go, we're gonna have free parking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You're gonna have, the downside of the free parking is the employees that work downtown and the people that just want to come and park their car. And so it makes it difficult for the people we want to come in our shops. When you know, it makes it harder for them to find a spot. You know, my suggestion, which is not going to go anywhere, but I think it's great if you have people out walking on the street, paying for parking, and you have a couple of people at the pay and display meter in the Harmony lot saying, no, we're going to pay for your parking courtesy of the Chamber of Commerce. You're going to give parking. There's going to be people that don't know it's free parking and they're going to put money in the meter, just like they do every holiday, the holiday we just had. But I think if I saw Greg out there and I go to park and he says, you know, I'm with the Chamber of Commerce. We're glad you came to Brattleboro and here's a couple of bucks to pay for your parking. That's what I think would be a great idea. Be great for your board to get out and see the public. So I don't think you should have parking Friday, Saturday, free parking on Friday and Saturday.
All right.
It's not because I don't like Greg, because I like.
I love it. I think
goes for all of us, Greg.
the DBA did that parking angel thing for a little while, right? And like
Yeah,
this
I remember
kind
that.
of thing. I agree with that little notion. I also want to say that there are lots of people that live downtown that don't have like a whole lot of parking available, and so like they got to put their cars someplace. You know, downtown is made up of lots of different things. We know this, right? It's not just
Selectmen, we're paying for your parking. You could volunteer.
can't afford it.
I would do that. Yeah.
So I've got another hand up in the, oh, nope, it's down. Okay, further discussion? So for my own record here, Greg, our downtown business is asking for Friday and Saturday?
They would be very happy for that. They haven't come to me and said that, but
Okay.
the suggestion this year, as I was starting to blanket and find out what the interests was to participate, was that, oh, maybe you can get some free parking on that weekend. And I thought of that and I said, yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah. Okay.
You know,
Okay.
Mr.
I've got-
Chair, I just technically, I think you have 5 votes for Saturday. Just saying.
I've got
And
3 votes
Oh.
for Friday and Saturday.
Right, but wouldn't it be a much nicer way to end the meeting by just taking the vote for Saturday?
I'm not making a motion.
Oh,
Does someone else want to make a motion? Do you want to make a motion?
yeah, I'll make a motion.
Actually, Jess asked to make a motion before,
okay,
Outboxed.
outbox.
I move to provide free parking downtown on December 2nd and December 3rd in honor of the holidays celebration.
Jess has made a motion to provide free parking downtown on Friday, December 2nd and Saturday, December 3rd for the holidays celebration. Board members, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Hey,
The
I still support Saturday.
Yeah.
motion,
I did as well.
the motion,
I'm happy.
the motion carries 3-2. Let the record reflect that Tim and Daniel hate the downtown.
And now you have to all park in the parking garage, and I'm like, you know.
I'm joking.
Did you say a year, by the way, in your motion?
What?
Is this gonna carry through to further years? Or are we just making it this
We're
year
not done yet.
December 2nd and 3rd.
of this?
So we're gonna move on to the last
Thank
item.
you, by the way.
Oh, yes. To new business agenda item 8G, Brattleboro Community Marketing Initiative update.
Yes, we do have one.
So the Community Marketing Initiative, funded by 10% of the 1% rooms and meals tax, which we have heard many times tonight, is doing well. Is an initiative from the DBA and the Chamber, where we work to bring in folks, influencers, writers, to have a curated itinerary and share their experience promoting downtown Brattleboro. So we are asking for that funding.
Well, we're asking to
Continue the
continue to do the work that we're doing. I think this is an update, isn't it? More or less.
This is basically because of Liz, I think.
Yeah.
Is this?
Oh, all right. Well, I better respond then, huh?
Uh-huh.
Because this is spending that the select board has responsibility for. And we were petitioned by the DBA and the chamber to use 10% of the 1% or meals and
1%.
1% of, yes.
Yes.
and therefore it's our responsibility because these two groups had never done marketing work of this nature before to oversee that process. And that's why every year we get an update on the marketing plan and how it's working and who their consultant is and what they intend to do. Totally within our responsibilities as select board members.
Great.
And
Tim.
we really.
And the only reason that the town meeting passed this resolution was because of the oversight inherent in the process.
That's
Otherwise
Liz's.
known as the McLaughlin Amendment.
Tim?
Yes, and I feel like this is a perfect time to make a cursory approval and pass it along to RTM, because that's where you'll have your arguments.
Agreed.
I think this board is largely supportive.
Yeah. Is the Blue Whale Public Relations the same crew that you used last year?
Yes. Yeah, we've been using them for a couple of years. They have a really good insight. They know a lot of people, and they've been able to pitch our story to a lot of writers and influencers who have, some of them have 500,000 followers.
Yeah.
In major publications, USA Today, Forbes, Ebony. I mean, we've gotten into some really big publications.
Thank you. Jess?
Just a quick question. I feel like this was the initiative that had a chunk of the marketing focused on LGBTQ and BIPOC communities. I just was curious if you have an update on that piece of or impact of that. I mean, you mentioned Ebony magazine.
Yeah, the first year after the brand, if you will, was developed, the hashtag Love Brattleboro VT was developed. There was a sort of focus on the LGBTQ community. And then the next phase after that, we said, let's point our advertising towards the BIPOC community, a community that we've never reached out to before, and they should come and experience Brattleboro. And so we're continuing to do that, but I would say more broadly, we're really expanding it to really market to everyone. We want to get the brand out there. I mean, that's what, marketing is about, pushing your word out, pushing your brand out to as many places as possible. You can't turn it on like a switch. You have to constantly be reminding people. And particularly now, there's a lot of issues going on in town, and I think it's more important than ever that we get the great things that Brattleboro does offer. We tend to forget that. It tends to get eclipsed with a lot of the bad things that are going on in town. It's really good to remind people that it's not just that. There's these wonderful things. There's wonderful people who are doing things in town, who offer products and services and experiences that would be really great for the outside world to experience.
Jess?
Last question. What's your impression of the difference between using this money to purchase marketing or billboard or a presence versus this contractor in public relations?
Well, I think social media and the social media platforms that's where everything lives now. Instagram, to a certain extent, Facebook. And those are the people we want to reach. I mean, there's also a younger component, a younger community that we're reaching out to in that sense. That's what I would say. It's you get more bang for your buck on social media than you do on a billboard. Where we can't have them in Vermont anyway.
Yeah, and I can add, I mean, the budget for this is around 45, right?
It varies, of course, as the revenue varies, but it's not a huge amount of money.
Right, and so the potential reach, and again, the outlets that we're getting through that versus, for example, the $30,000 we had for marketing a gallery walk, and we used the New England media group. So that's a much smaller, regional reach, and that was $30,000 versus this, which is, again, so.
Yeah.
We feel like we're getting the biggest bang for our buck, really, with a firm like Blue Whale Public Relations. They've been awesome to work with.
Great to hear.
Yeah.
Other questions, comments, board members?
No, I would just recommend you watch, since you're new, Kate, just watch the RTM. Just to know what you're in for,
Ready.
possibly. You just
Oh,
never know.
okay.
Last year's RTM
year's
for
RTM.
voting on this article.
Noted.
But I agree, we're basically a pass through, so we appreciate the update. With that, unless I'll just look, do I have hands?
It's Franz.
Yep.
Night owls. It's great.
Hi, everyone. Me again, Franz Reichsman. So I was wondering if there's been any attempt or there's any reasonable way to establish metrics for the effect of this particular Blue Whale effort. A lot of read things about how Facebook or other social media platforms measure everything about everybody down to the smallest variation. And so anyway, it's just struck me that there might actually be some way to measure the effect of the spending. And if there is, I'd be interested in hearing what the effect has been over the past year, let's say.
I don't know if we can answer that. I mean, it's hard to measure if someone's visiting here because they saw an article on a social media platform. If there's a bump in meals and rooms tax revenue, you can't honestly say it's due to our efforts necessarily, but you could draw conclusions that it does. That's a hard, we can. There's data that talks about who's going to these sites, who's clicking on certain things, who's showing interest in this or that. I mean, the data will show that, but I don't know that there's going to be a direct correlation to a bump in the meals and rooms tax in Brattleboro, for certain.
There was last year's presentation to RTM, I think, had quite a bit of like metric data in the
click-throughs and
yeah, it was like a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if perhaps that level of detail could be presented again for RTM. I'm not sure if Blue Whale was the one who put that together.
Yeah,
Perhaps-
she's willing to do. I mean, Rosalie loves data, and she loves. She can get into the weeds a little bit. So we want to make sure. Yeah, I mean, she can provide any data we want related to where we're being published.
I think perhaps that would be helpful for RTM, considering Franz is a RTM member. He's probably
right.
Yeah, it might be a good thing to include in the backup material for that article. Daniel?
I don't know, am I missing something? There's data in this memo, 327 million impressions.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
28 placements, 9 visits, 73 partners, total audience growth, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I don't know if Franz might not be have that in front of him.
Oh, really?
So,
I'd be surprised. Franz Reichman's got the memo in front of him. Come on.
Yeah, you know, Dr. Reichsman.
Yeah.
So just that's a measure of activity.
Yeah, no,
not a
I
measure of
understand that.
outcome or impact.
Yeah, I understand that. And I understand how hard it is
It
to
is.
measure. Somebody looked at an Instagram and lo and behold, here they are standing in front of Greg. You know, like, it ain't that easy. And I think we shouldn't have unrealistic expectations about being able to track things like that for a campaign that costs 35 grand. You know, right. We don't do that well with it in the town either, so nobody gets too carried away.
Ron, did you have another thought there, or you good? No? Okay, Martha?
Hi, Marta Gossett, District 9. So as an RTM member, this is something that I followed over the last 3 years. And I just wanted to suggest, in preparation for RTM, as well as the statistics, perhaps you could get some kind of portfolio of examples of placements, so we could see what sites they were on, next to what type of content, etc., or links to social media campaigns that we could visit and interact with. I think that kind of example would be really helpful in telling to us more than the metrics provided by the company. And just for background, by way of background, I've worked at web companies where I've seen the sales reports to folks who purchase these kinds of campaigns. And as an employee of the site, I myself felt that they were mostly kind of bullshit. They just didn't accurately represent, they were grossly overinflated. And I believe there have been some lawsuits against certain social media companies for grossly overinflating those as well. So, you know, like having something tangible that RTM can say, we know that this was really seen, you know, and we know that it was seen next to decent content, not just like on the accounts of bots or something like that, or even asking for our Blue Whale to have some interactive things that we could send around to the town so the town can comment or retweet or rebroadcast. But yeah, just the stats, I think probably most people kind of don't believe that like impressions or even click-throughs or whatever. And I believe last year we were pretty disappointed at one of the stats. I can't remember what it was. It was just visitors who clicked all the way through and interact with the site or something. I can't remember what it was, but I think maybe this year, just bringing a portfolio showing the type of content, where it was placed, and things that we could see in real life to make it tangible could really show us more about not only what that's doing for our town, but something that we can be proud of and really kind of see in full color.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Martha. This is exactly kind of why we have you here, is to hear these feedback so that you can be prepared for RTM. Sorry, Greg. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say you can actually read the content on the Love Brattleboro VT website, because there's a whole list of and links to all the stories that have been done, the placements and so forth, what publications they've been in. That is all online, available for people to look at.
Excellent. Dick.
What I find fascinating about RTM, they spend 3 minutes talking about a $16 million budget and an hour and a half talking about $45,000. I mean, it really is comical what they're putting these people through. Now, I believe that they're doing a good job. And when somebody comes up and says, I need a matrix, come on. There's no way to do a really good matrix. I have people that come into my store from all over the country. I'm not going to, if they ask them, if they read an article. I actually, at the holiday, over the 3-day holiday, they reran the Brattleboro segment on Chronicle. And I had more people come into the store from this year than the year before, saying that they saw us on Chronicle and they just wanted to come in and say hello, and actually say, I had a lady come up and say, thank you. You're a pretty special guy to do what you do for the town. So if you want to have business people say, hey, did you read an article that what brought you to town? But other than that, I just think it's really crazy what RTM does for such an insignificant amount of money. If you were talking a couple $100,000, yeah, then I think the scrutiny needs to be really, really high. But this isn't even a tip on the $16 million budget, and I find it laughable.
Thank you, Dick. Don't see any other hands.
Do you agree with that?
That one, yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's neither here nor there for me to really speak on TM.
RTM does what else?
You can do it. Is there any other board members, comments, thoughts, suggestions?
I got a motion.
Well, then I want to say thank you both so much for staying this late. I know that it was a pretty long meeting, but we have a lot of things to do. So, but this was really important, and I'm really glad that you were able to stay. I don't think that requires any kind of motion. So, in that case, I think that there's one more motion to be made.
I move to adjourn.
Daniel has moved to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carries 5-0. Thank you very much, PCTV.